Western sources, no question. Whether Ukrainian air forces have managed to connect their targeting systems with ours, that seems rather doubtful. It has to do with both with the setup of their MiG-29s as well as their Sukhois, certain limitations which can only be overcome with a full revamp, which, as far as we know, has not taken place prior to the war. And since the war, flat frequency would render it rather unique if that had occurred. By the way, it would have required, and if you've been in that field, you will know, technical improvements which require a depot level maintenance, which I think Ukraine would probably not be able to render without our assistance, and therefore would have to be done outside of Ukraine. So, for example, the upgrades our friends in Poland have done, or are said to have done in recent years, with assistance by a number of parties, both from within NATO nations as well as those we consider very friendly, will almost likely not have been made in their Air Force. Now, the integration of the IRIS-T, however, on the other hand, into the anti-missile defense and the anti-air defense, that is an interesting one. The counter-battery sensors the Ukrainians are employing now from the West, especially stuff they've received from Dean and Hensoldt, would mean that they have access to and have integrated, just like they've integrated when they started training the Gepard, and I presume you will have read this as well, that within a week after having been in Germany for training on the Gepard systems, the Ukrainians had already managed by themselves to fully integrate the Gepard, as well as the systems which we typically use, as well as those which we can't hand over. But they've managed to integrate everything into their own existing fire control systems, which probably would give them a timing edge. That timing edge for the Air Force is not there yet. So if you want to dissect this, there is still work to be done. And the remainder is completely beyond my pay grade.
Right, I appreciate that. The other question, or the other aspect of this is, given the Western, I'll leave it at Western, the overhead architecture, the ability to get down as a circular error probable, or CEP, of an emitter, the destruction of these Russians, the Russian electronic warfare systems, SAM systems, that has been documented, I guess it's Oryx. It seems to me, well, obviously, I don't think the Ukrainians have that ability to put up enough aircraft to triangulate the location. I think we're very clearly seeing tipping, queuing, and targeting coming from Western, resources. And again, this is nothing that's not, sort of publicly known, but the degree of success that I'm seeing just it lends credence to this what the Dernza said about all this intelligence sharing. It is unprecedented, it is prolific, and it is highly time sensitive and very, very accurate. And the efficiency and effectiveness of as far as the outcomes, to me, we can't really go much further talking about it, of course, but it's just very impressive to me. But that's it for me. I just want to say, long-time listener, first-time caller, so to speak, thank you so much for what you and others are doing. This is the most valuable resource I have, and it's just fantastic to be a listener, to be a part of it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. Much appreciated. But actually, by participating and coming up and discussing and asking questions and bringing in your own experience and your concerns, you enrich the space. So this is what both Nick and I think are very proud of, that we have so many interesting speakers from all over the world, and we will go by our Socratic method and try to refine better resolutions out of what we have jointly here. So thank you for that, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Come back absolutely anytime. That was an excellent contribution. I believe The next order is Ander, Goldman, and Per, but I am open to being.
Good evening. Per was before me, so that's for sure.
Could I just add one point to what Michael was talking about?
Shoot.
Real quick, just to,
Who?
yeah. So the thing that told me that there was unprecedented amount of intelligence being shared wasn't any of the tactical stuff. It was when Gramasimov, however you say his name, when he was in theater, and this is allegedly what happened. The U.S. shared the data with the Ukrainians, saying, "Oh, by the way, please don't try and take them out." And the Ukrainians said, "It's too late. We've tried. We've already launched." But can you imagine the the means that you could be exposing by sharing where where he is, and sharing that with the Ukrainians, right? That he was in theater. To me, that says there's really no limit, frankly.
Yeah, this is Michael again. You begin to reveal a number of vulnerabilities, some of the obvious things, right?
Right.
Sources and methods, right? You have to be exceedingly careful, and the timeliness with which you do that can get into all of that, such that you have to make decisions. It goes back to like when Churchill was reading Enigma. They had to make decisions about how to take action without compromising their access to internal, communications, or comment, as we call it, which is within the realm of SIGINT. And sometimes you just have to let it play out, and it's got to be very painful when you have to make that decision.
So clearly, there was a risk of sources and methods being exposed by U.S. sharing that. So that, to me, that was unprecedented, frankly.
I agree.
Nick, I have to hand it to you for a few minutes. I need to carry something.
Per, and then we'll go back to Ander.
All right, thank you. So I was just wondering. Actually, I wanted to ask Jeff or some specialists in the air department. But what can the Russians, reasonably fear from this counteroffensive that we're expecting? I mean, the latest thing I saw was this the new drones that Ukraine might be receiving from like 1,000 drones, like in a swarm that communicate with each other. They might be used, and you have the new MiGs, and you have the jets they already have. I mean, what kind of role will the Air Force have in this counteroffensive? I'm just wondering, because I don't know, the new MiGs might not be so fantastic, so I don't know how much they're going to contribute. But so I'm just wondering, what should the Russians really fear? What kind of punch can the Air Force, the Ukrainian Air Force, give to this counteroffensive?
It's an interesting question for me. Is it the Ukrainian Air Force that operates the drones? I mean, they fly, but is there a sort of delimiting line between an Air Force drone and an Army drone?
It's not. These are all Army drones. The Air Force has only a few test drones. The rest is CSU and TDFs, and a couple of specialist units.
I mean, it's an interesting question why a country has an Air Force as a separate arm. The USAF was the USAAF until 1942, and I guess there are kind of economies of scale to be made to the extent that flying planes is a kind of big, hard, complex task, but flying drones probably isn't.
Flying drones is completely different from regular Air Force, and it's also completely different from Army work. However, it integrates extremely closely with Army work, quite literally, because it is ground-focused combined arms. You need to cycle up David whilst I carry stuff now for a few minutes. He can give you supporting fire together with George and the likes as to combined arms. I sent David.
Are you looking to come up?
I sent David an
David?
invite.
Okay. Yes, I mean, what if people have comments on Per's question, what are we about to see? I mean, I'm not sure that the amount of MiGs that they've recently received is going to be making any kind of huge numerical difference. Goldman, go ahead, please.
Yeah, to me, the key capability that we're frankly that needs to happen in order to really change the game is Ukraine needs to increase their air-to-air capability, and that means be able to see further and shoot further than they currently can, because Russia has them outranged right now. So that limits their ability to kind of ground attack type of support the front type of activity. And that's one of the things we keep talking about is why we talk about Western fighters is a radar that can outrange what Ukraine has. So until they can see further and shoot first, they're going to be limited in what they can do other than just replace and continue to do the missions they're doing until until we enable them to shoot first, look further, and shoot first. Right? I mean, that's all it always comes down to, is the advantage in range is such an important part of it. And until we can give them, it worked in artillery, it works in now it's tanks. Until it's the same thing in aircraft. Until their fighter aircraft can outrange Russian fighter aircraft, then they're going to be at a disadvantage. There's going to be a limited amount of new things that they can do.
I was just going to clarify, when you said the Russians outrange the Ukrainians at the moment, you meant in the air, my understanding is that a Russian fighter aircraft can see and hit a Ukrainian fighter aircraft before the Ukrainian aircraft is perhaps even aware that the Russian aircraft is there. And I had this idea, possibly due to either World War II or watching too many more recent movies, that air-to-air combat is something that takes place when the two aircraft concerned can see each other. And I've since learned that basically air-to-air combat these days takes place over a range of 100 miles or more. And you don't get to see the other guy, you just see him on his radar and you fire at him and your missile takes it out, very roughly. Is that a fair summary of the situation of contemporary air-to-air combat for the non-military people here?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same. It's the same. We've talked about it with artillery and HIMARS. HIMARS gave Ukraine the advantage in range and artillery. We talk about tanks. One of the key things with the Western tanks is that they're able to see first and shoot first. They can see further, and they have a bullet that can fly as far as they can see. Right, that's the two things that happen. That create advantages. Tactical advantages, and what Ukraine doesn't have at the moment is the ability to see first and shoot first, to force Russia to be further away from the line, to push their aircraft back further, because they would be at risk of being shot down and not knowing, where their adversary was. Right, that would push them further back from the line. I guess Alex, at one point said that, the Russian cabs, their patrolling is about 100K from the line is where their combat air patrols are. You want to push them further back, and the only way to push them further back is to give the Ukrainian further range with their air-to-air missiles. Right? When you push them further back, then your aircraft can move closer to the line. It moves the whole deck of cards for more and more in their favor if they can push those combat air patrols back further.
All right, thank you. And
So I have a question. Several, actually. So, how should I start? Goldman, you said you're an engineer, and we were talking about MiG 29, and it so happens that 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, and this is an old story. Romania had 20 MiG 29s. We tried, so we had an enhancing program for them. We enhanced the MiG-21, for which we had a very large fleet, and we tried to do the same for the MiG-29. The idea is the program didn't go further for various reasons, but there is a technology. The technology exists to bring the MiG-29s up to standard, up to NATO standard, since 30 years ago. There is a factory in Romania, and there are some guys in Israel who actually have know how to do it, right? So my question is, if I'm poor, right? Right now Ukraine is not rich, and I have these vehicles. They are not great. They are not bad, but they are not great. They could do better, and they could be enhanced, like faster than getting other airplanes or getting other pilots trained on other airplanes which are not coming for the moment, and they do need to fight. Like it's not. The thing is, it's not like we have a pause. We have discussed about training pilots on F-16s since last year, and if they would have been trained back then, they would have had the skills right now. We are talking right now about training them, which will take another 6 months. So we will be in the fall by then. So Ukraine is losing time and losing money and losing people and losing a lot of things. So wouldn't that be an option? Like if there is the capability, there could be integrated radars and a new dash system on the MiG-29s in order for them to have a better interface, in order for the pilots to have a better interface with the aircraft, and in order for them to be able to see further, right? To have in radar system a similar range as a F-16. Wouldn't that be an option?
Yeah, and frankly, Poland. When I look at what Poland was doing to theirs, they were kind of doing that. Now, you know, the problem is usually in the facilities of the aircraft. That's the, you know, when I say facilities, it's the power system, it's the air conditioning, it's you know, all you know, it's the data bus, the, you know, what Poland did is they basically first upgraded, let's say, the facilities of the aircraft to support future upgrades, right? Because what ends up happening, the reason countries end up going halfway is just because you end up with a cascading problem of things that need to change to upgrade, right? So, you know, a new radar, presumably, if it had further range, it probably takes more power. Now, where do you get that power? right? Are the generators on the aircraft big enough to provide that more power, right? And the answer is no. Now your radar system becomes you're now getting into the engine, because that's where the generators usually are slaved off of, right? Now if you solved your generator problem, that new radar generates more heat. Now the question is, do you have enough air conditioning, just to make in layman's terms, in order to cool that thing, so that because if you let electronics overheat, they burn up, right? So, and if you don't have enough air conditioning, now you're into the environmental control system to try and upgrade it to support that new radar. Right now, then you have your data bus. How is data coming off the radar and going into the cockpit, right? So, is the data in a format that can be shared with the existing equipment, right? It's kind of like a Mac and a PC, right? You know what I mean? They're not interchangeable, and if they're not interchangeable, then one of them needs to change in order to facilitate handing off data to the aircraft, and then the data needs to get distributed to the pilot, the weapons. What you end up happening is you end up with these cascading impacts when you try and do a full upgrade. And what Poland appears to have done is they first attack the infrastructure, right? They put in the architecture that they what I'd call their objective architecture. What do they want to be when they're done upgrading? And they planned on doing it apparently in a building block phase, and that's how all these things have to be approached from an engineering perspective. Is what do you want it to be eventually, and then you start making modifications that you can afford in order to one, bring up the capability now, and then two, facilitate the next thing you want to add when you get the money and the time. So it all can be done. And what the Israelis did and what Poland did, they proved can be done. It just ends up being very expensive to do that kind of in situ on an existing aircraft, because when you're designing, as a designer of an aircraft, a fighter aircraft, let's just say, the two things you want to know going in is what's the radar and what's the engine going to be, right? Because the aircraft is really, designed around those things. Right now, when you have an existing engine and an existing aircraft, now the radar typically, in the Western, when they do upgrades to Western radars, the radar is designed around the helicopter, the fighter, so that it uses the right amount of power, so that it has the right cooling needs, right? So now in this case, you're taking two things that weren't designed to be compatible with each other and trying to make them compatible. And you get into this cascading design challenge where you're trying to figure out, where do I stop redesigning in order to make a pragmatic program that can add the capability? Does that help? Now, think of it as a PC. You need to put, you can have lots of peripherals added to your PC, but until you have the PC, until you have the computer itself, then, and it's got the USB port and it's got the, all the things you can plug into, but you need to first put in that thing, that computer, the heart, the brain of the aircraft. And that's kind of what Poland looks like they did.
Okay, and did that answer your question?
Kind of. Okay. I understand. So I understand everything you said. I was just wondering because I have seen. So the thing is, let me put it this way. Two aspects, and this is why I brought it up, and this is why it's bugging me like crazy. not just because I'm stubborn. I'm that too, but not because of that. So first and foremost, Russia is not controlling the air, right? So Ukraine has nobody is at this point controlling the air,
and that's primarily because of the S-300s.
Yeah. But the thing is, I wanted, or I'm hoping that bringing faster, better air capability and taking into account the fact that Ukraine doesn't waste what they have, so they don't go and shoot civilian targets. They go and shoot armament, arm depot, bases. It will help them gain a tactical advantage on the battlefield, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. To me, at the moment, that's an altitude problem that Ukraine has right now. It can't operate at the right altitude in order to have deep enough strike capability. Now, the JDAM helps that, but ultimately, it wants to be launched in altitude that Ukraine can't operate continuously on. As Jeff pointed out, they are operating at that altitude, and it's probably because Ukraine knows about the timelines in order to avoid being targeted. But ideally, Ukraine wants to be able to operate at a higher altitude in order to put full use to the JDAM DRs.
Thank you. I have a second question, but I will let Rich ask his, and I can ask later.
All right, Rich Croiso.
Hello, yeah. Thanks very much for your help, Nick. I was having some issues there trying to join the space. I just want to cycle back a bit to the points of the questions asked earlier about Sea King helicopters and their capabilities. To answer the questions, if I remember them, yes, they can carry anti-ship missiles. That is certainly possible. Apologies, I got a child side going off in a minute. And rather embarrassingly, as a Royal Navy engineer, cannot figure out how to turn it off. Anyway, they can fire anti-ship missiles. They can fire a Sea Eagle and Exocet. They are 100% night vision goggle capable, especially the Mark IVs, I believe. That was in obviously search and rescue and with the Royal Marines Commandos. I have, for the life of me, been trying to figure out what these aircraft were sent for, because it's extremely unlikely they were sent for an ASW role, anti-submarine warfare role. Realistically, you need more than 3 Sea Kings for that. You don't really have a need for an airborne early warning system. And I haven't seen or heard anything in terms of them operating in that capacity. Search and rescue, there's no real need there, arguably. I think the best space for them is in a soft insert role. They can carry upwards of 22 people, depending on the role fit. And then obviously 2 anti-ship missiles as well. They could go in soft, they could go in reasonably hard. And the range on those missiles is over 100 kilometers. So I think that changes the dynamic a little bit in terms of what people were expecting the capabilities to be earlier on. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, I will add to that, if I may, just Goldman, because I had a written response from an alert listener, and as far as I can see, it kind of complements what Rich just said. So just before you jump in, let's say I heard someone ask about Sea Kings and Harpoon. India bought British Sea Kings. They outfitted them with Sea Eagle missiles, which is effectively a British Harpoon with 110 kilometer range. So weapon weight isn't an issue for the Sea King. Whether you would put it into that threat environment is another question. And Hop mentioned he wasn't sure if the Sea Kings were night vision capable. Although the UK is spendthrift, we did, I think it probably means thrifty with spending rather than spendthrift. We did indeed fit out Sea Kings with night vision ops. Even the RAF's search and rescue yellow helicopters had night vision capability. So I thought I'd add that in because I'm not fully sure what all the jargon means. Hopefully, Goldman, that as a minimum doesn't contradict what Rich just said. Please go ahead.
No, that's the question is what, I think when Gunny talked about these aircraft, they were in a training. They were at a company being used for training and were stripped out of a lot of their electronics. Now the question is, what were they built up with before they were delivered to Ukraine? That's the kind of the real question. Sea King, there's so many of them out there, and so many people have used them for multiple purposes, and so there are Sea Kings flying around that have done virtually everything like that you'd want to do with a helicopter at some point or another. The real question, so it is capable. The question is how are they outfitted? Prior to delivering to Ukraine and since delivering to Ukraine, because when you looked at the timelines, it was announced in November, because I remember this clearly, and then we saw them show up in theater, painted in Ukraine colors in January, right? So 2 months to outfit and then train the Ukrainian pilots. That was, to me, I was pretty damn impressed with that timeline of just getting at least one aircraft to Ukraine, being presumably flown by a Ukraine pilot. So the real question is, like you said, is what came inside the helicopter, because it's a very versatile helicopter, which is frankly, when they announced that it was the first Western helicopter to come in, it made kind of sense to me, because it's a helicopter that can find many different roles and has demonstrated its capability in many different roles. So to me, that was kind of an ideal first introduction, and I expected more Sea Kings to be coming from elsewhere in the world, but that obviously I was wrong on that, just because of its versatility. So the real question is what came with it.
Yeah, and completely agree. And that is really telling to me, the fact that there's been a low number that have been sent, because I mean, it's been completely retired. There's tons of them around the world. The Royal Navy could probably give more than 3 in a decent state as well. Because I mean, one of the reasons the Sea King is so good is because you can pretty much fix anything by hitting it with a hammer. There's not much really much more to it than that, especially if you've stripped out a lot of the electronics. So if you really did want to make it a clandestine insertion aircraft, especially soft insert, like I said, that would be the easiest thing to do. That's certainly capable. I mean, one thing I just remembered earlier was someone questioning whether it could lift was it an M777 howitzer. That would be it would be on the edge of its capability.
Yeah.
Even though it's medium lift, it would be really on the edge. You'd have to strip out a lot, probably fit a H-beam, and then maybe, and I mean maybe.
Yeah, I was who said it, and that was the first, when they announced the Sea Kings. That was the first thing I thought about, because Ukrainians have assault aircraft with the Mi-17s and Mi-8s. So the question is, what additional capability is this bringing? And I was hoping that it was the ability to bring, to lift that, lift the artillery. So the question is, what role does it fill? Because it's not a role that Ukraine is wanting for, is the assault role. They seem to have plenty of aircraft for that. So to me, it's that's the question is, what role is it going to fill that isn't already filled, right? You know what I mean? Because I don't think they would have brought it in just to do combat assault, because it seems to me they have enough aircraft to do that at the moment. But who knows?
Yeah, and the point I was going to make earlier before someone asked it, while I was waiting when I said I had issues, was to raise that point that it can launch anti-ship missiles from that distance. So you can, given the fact the target you're assaulting, the environment it's an all-weather aircraft, it's more than capable. It's relatively, in the grand scheme of things, quote unquote, as an airframe, easy to learn. It is an older aircraft. You can strip back a lot of the electronics and make it easier to learn and easier to fly. That capability to me is something that really hasn't been spoken about very much.
Yeah.
It could potentially make a big difference, even just as a diversionary tactic. The Russians would certainly be paying attention to seeking helicopters, especially when they've given 3 and only one's has been seen in January, and there's been nothing heard of that since, nothing of the other 2 at all.
I think
agree.
I think the question was whether the question earlier on was whether the harpoon could be used. And I had a chat with Gunny before, and they were both a bit skeptical.
Yeah, so the harpoon can't, but like the point raised before that Nick read out, they can launch the Sea Eagle, which is essentially the same thing. It is your beyond 100-kilometer capable, low-flying all-weather anti-ship missile. It is essentially the same or a very similar capability.
Well, let me just add this one fact, because this is one thing that's kind of been out there. There's lots of points out there that are kind of untethered. And the one is that the U.S. has ordered air-launched anti-ship missiles for Ukraine. In one of the packages, when Thomas Tyner put a thread out with everything that's been ordered for Ukraine, and right now that's one of the missiles that has been ordered for Ukraine, an air-launched anti-ship missile that has no launch platform at the moment that any of us know about. So maybe we were all thinking it was air launch meant it was going to be a fixed wing. Maybe it is. Maybe it is rotary wing. All I know is that there's a missile coming to Ukraine that has no launch platform, and it's an anti-ship missile.
Rich, can I ask you, is this your first time up speaking?
No, this is my second time. I spoke very briefly the other day.
Okay, well, I didn't recognize your name. Please feel free to come back and talk to us at any time, especially but not limited to military matters. Thank you for your valuable contribution.
Thank you very much.
But then again,
All right, Axel, what have you got for us?
yeah, I was just about to say, because I have to now get into the car quickly. But nevertheless, Bill, the thing is, the missile you and I are so interested in definitely needs to be mounted on a fixed-wing aircraft. So maybe, just maybe, it has been contributed in view of what's coming.
Yep, I agree. It's coming somewhere, and if it's fixed-wing, that's good news too, right? That means that something else is coming. That's something we already have, like the new gift, right?
And did you get your question answered in regard to the trash cans?
Goldman answered. I'm kind of fond of them, so yeah, it's like my old my old Ford. It's 16. It's still working, and I'm kind of sentimental. All right. This is why I try to find ways of making it work that don't imply sending it to the scrapper and buy a new car. So yeah.
Yeah, but this is not your old Ford, darling. It definitely isn't. This is.
It isn't.
It really is. In the format as it's there, it is only, as Hop C quite rightly reminded everyone, it is the thing which is there now, and it's the solution for now, but that's it. and that now is actually something which should already be past tense.
Well, it isn't, and I don't see the how should I put this? I don't see yet the new planes coming. I don't see yet information that the pilots are training, and I'm truly pissed, Axel. I need to tell you this. I'm truly pissed. Like, Ukraine needs this yesterday, and 6 months from now, it's a long time, and we are already late. Anyway, I have a
No,
second
you're
question.
of course right. We are late, and I agree with you. Absolutely, no question. And not just late, we are far too late. And all of this has cost lives, Ukrainian lives. All of this has cost Ukraine the capacity to attack differently and earlier, extend its range, all of this. Absolutely, no question. However, at the same time, just because you and I can't see it, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
This is not about faith, Axel. This is not about faith. But yeah, usually there is someone bragging that something's happening, and having planes coming means pilots are training, and yeah.
Okay,
Anyway.
but wait. Hold that horse for just a second before you have to sell your old Ford. Bill, please, do under a favor. Would you, if you were a spoke, would you allow such missiles in such amount be transferred under presidential authorization to be given to Ukraine without them having anything to launch them with?
No, sir. Nope. You got to be a plan.
And what are we good at typically in the West, Bill?
Planning.
Exactly. Planning and logistics. That's what we're good at.
Yep. I hold out hope. I'm like Anda. I'm frustrated, frankly. Sometimes, as an American, I'm embarrassed when I hear the excuses, right? Because I know that I hope that they're, just talking points to satisfy Putin or something like that, because I know they're not real. When I hear the excuses on why we're not giving them. So but I hope. I know there's a missile out there that can't be launched by anything Ukraine has. So that's my hope.
Isn't that a sweet, nice fact? There is a missile out there which has been given in large dollar amounts, which is there, and they can't launch it with their existing craft. Sweet. That's a real fact.
Yep.
All right. Let's hope you're right, because up until now, it's like I'm looking at. I have a friend which loves clothes and has lots of clothes, and I asked her for some clothes to give to the Ukrainian shelter here, and she was like, "But I really like them, but you don't wear them." Yes, but they are so pretty. Yes, but they are standing there in your closet doing nothing. Yes, but maybe later. This is the exact discussion. So yeah, moving forward.
Perhaps he's given a hat, and the Ukrainian lady who got them has nothing to wear with it.
This is an analogy only the girls in the room will get, but yes. Well, I have another question about the same topic, but another question. So about things that are about to be discarded by some, and if they can be used by others. So the Swedish Armed Forces, in November last year, were discussing of retiring their NH-90 fleet. That's a multi-role helicopter, right? They are not the only ones who are discussing this. So I was wondering if they can be donated to Ukraine as a fleet, like not 3 of them. Like I hate when I see we donate for something, like they need dozens. So would this be an option? They are currently, or they were in Germany, they were in French armed forces, they were in Holland, the Netherlands, that is, and Italy. And I was wondering if it's a thing, if we could, if they could be useful, and second, if they could be transferred like a fleet to Ukraine. Does this make sense?
I could take a shot at whether it'd be useful or not. I'm not sure. We're seeing that Ukraine has a fair number of what I call utility transport assault helicopters, and they're getting, they're getting more. So it doesn't appear that is a shortage that they have at the moment, which would, so it's not going to fill a new role for Ukraine that they don't appear to have already filled. And I'm not sure you'd bring in a new type and put the supply chain and training in place for something that didn't give you anything more than kind of backup capability to what they're doing. But that's just my opinion, right? So now, if you're talking about an attack helicopter or a gunship, then that's something that I think Ukraine would probably jump at as a Western attack gunship type helicopter.
Thank you.
We all want to see the maximum amount of equipment as quickly as possible, but also within Ukraine's capacity to absorb it. I don't know whether Goldman or Axel or anyone else can maybe speak to this.
I think I'm sorry to jump in. I'm sorry to jump in, but
yep.
I think for the last year we have underestimated the capability of Ukraine to absorb and learn, and I think at each turn we have been surprised by the rapidity. How do you say, when it's something it's really fast?
Speed. Yeah. No, I agree.
With which they are able to learn and adapt and use.
Yeah.
Even if some of them, they don't speak English, so they need a translator in order to learn how to use the equipment. And sometimes they half of it they learned on the go, but they still use them and made the difference. It made a difference.
Sure, and I mean that's great. But would you rather have 4 of each of 3 types of helicopter, or 12 of one type of helicopter, if they can all get the same job done? So
yeah. Can I just okay? Let me just interject there one thing. There is, according to what we know, no shortage of capable helicopter pilots of Ukrainian descent who could be actually utilized for that. They have far too few helicopters, and they have substantially more, both former civil as well as military helicopter pilots. The helicopter pilots, the Germans would say you can have like Sand am Meer, like sand at the beach, by comparison to fixed-wing pilots. There's a reason for it, and that is, well, there's far fewer fixed-wing military aircraft you learn to fly. As a fixed-wing aircraft, the absorption rate matters a great deal more, the absorption capacity. The Ukrainian armed forces, in this case their Air Force, both their spokesman as well as one of the senior officers had in the last 4 months stated that they could easily, whatever that means, easily dispatch 45 to 50 pilots. At another occasion, they stated 35 to 40. So that depends on who they have available, what kind of capability they assign to them in terms of both language capacity, which matters a great deal more when flying, and when flying Western aircraft than many people believe. It matters a superbly big deal. And the same thing goes for the maintainers. Actually, the maintainers are the ones where the limitation is. So that is what you need to look for. In addition to that, the Ukrainians are rumored to have sufficient young aviation capacity, as well as a couple of civilian pilots they can retype for other aircraft and may be able to free up another 40 fighter pilots. That still takes time. So, but if you could get all in all to those 80 over time, that's great. It won't solve the problem. The problem is that they need about 240 to 300 aircraft of note and capability in the air. For that, you require the solution Jeff had lined out, and that means the Flying Tigers.
I agree. And the Black Hawk is the complement. The Black Hawk helicopter would be the complement to what Jeff's proposing for F-16, because there were 5,000 Black Hawks built, right? There were 4,500 or something like that F-16s, right? So there are plenty of maintainers out there. So that's why, to me, Black Hawks are the most logical choice, because it solves not only the aircraft issue, but it solves the logistics issue through the exact same process.
100%. And with that, I'd say we can go back to regular order. Bill, if you'd like to stay with us, that's grand, but I think we've given our very best this evening for 2 hours in terms of aviation, but let's go on. Nick, take it away.
All right. To our listeners, it's a while since we had just a little check-in. You're listening to MriyaReport, the longest running space on Twitter, the longest running Ukraine space. We've been here since February the 23rd, 2022, and we will be here until the war is over and the war is won and Crimea and all of occupied Ukraine is liberated. If you want to come up and ask a question or make a point, anything to do with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, please press the grey microphone button on your screen. And the good news is that providing that if you're on Android, providing that you allow updates, the issue that we had over the last couple of weeks, which were preventing people coming up on Android, seems to have been fixed. If you want to donate to help the people of Ukraine, the armed forces of Ukraine, with non-lethal aid, but useful aid for their mission, go to MriyaAid.org and make a donation there. That address is at the top of your screen. I have a request. I'm going to, and someone, perhaps someone at Online 99 can change the title of the space, and the Doolittle segment is over. What's our next special guest, Axel?
That's a very good question. I think our next guest, per se, will be General Ben Hodges tomorrow in the early evening. That should be, if I'm not quite mistaken, 1900 Central European time, which would therefore be, what's it?
That would be back to 1 p.m.
1700 UTC.
Yep. So for people who have been trying to keep track of the time zone changes over the last couple of weeks, Europe, including Kyiv, moved to summertime, daylight savings time, last night at 1 a.m. UTC, 2 a.m. Paris, Berlin, and Prague, 3 a.m. in Kyiv. Everyone went forward an hour. So not very much happened at 3:30 this morning in Kyiv. And so the gaps between those of you who are used to there being a gap between North American time and European time, that gap is now back to normal. 5 hours between New York and London, 10 hours between Los Angeles and Kyiv. All that's happened is that UTC has gone back by we've all moved 1 hour ahead of UTC. Those of you in the Southern Hemisphere, hi guys, you're in for some fun and games of your own in a week's time when you go back to winter time. But in the meantime, things are relatively settled. And here at the hardworking people who put out the screens, the cards that announce our speakers, are looking forward to at least 7 months of relatively confusion-free operation. Daniel, you sent in a speaker request. You haven't put your hand up, but I presume you wanted to say something. If so, please take note. There you go.
Hey, thank you very much. I've stopped in on at least a dozen of these in the past, and I do appreciate that you guys are working through your thoughts and your positions in public. I think this debate is very important and necessary to have. I was curious if you could elaborate on what the process would look like for peace ultimately, like 6 months down the road, 6 years down the road. What do you see a role in from like the church, either the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, acting in concert to provide a venue for peace discussions? Do you think that there would be some value in having a public or ongoing peace summit, even if it wasn't attended by Putin or the Patriarch of the Eastern Orthodox Church? Is there something that can be done on the religious angle that can lead to cessation of conflict over the middle term?
It's an interesting question. We tend to like our politics secular in most of Europe. I haven't seen religion emerge really as a theme in this war, other than the extent to which the proclaimed head of the Orthodox Church in Russia appears to be a fully paid up member of the Putin's criminal gang. Do we have? As I say, the European politics is very secular, and world politics is very secular. I mean, if we imagine some kind of post-conflict, post-ceasefire settlement, exactly what should Russia pay, exactly who should be, put on trial or held accountable. I don't see that. I don't see a role for any form of organized religion in that. On the other hand, I guess in the terms of the long-term reconciliation of peoples, which is probably going to be needed, although goodness knows on what time scale, I think that is a matter for all of civil society. And I think organized religion is an important part of civil society, just de facto, however we might prefer our politics. I don't know if other people have opinions on this. That's just my sort of take as a secular European who likes his politics very secular. But I'm not really fully aware of the extent to which the Orthodox and Catholic churches are sort of day-to-day relevant for the lives of Ukrainians or indeed Russians. And perhaps you can help with this.
So apart from the fact that let me split this in two. First and foremost, what Russian church named Kirill did for the past year, especially at the beginning of the year and sometimes mid through, when Ukraine started to push back. It was to come outside and to proclaim once more that this is sort of a holy war. That being said, it had zero influence on everyone. So we noted that, we made fun of that, but nothing else precluded from that. And why is that? The Russian people, which are under a secular ruling for the past 100 years, they have had their true priests sent to jail early on, under communist times. And what you see right now, most of the priests that you see right now, like 95% of them, they're just for the money and just for spewing what they are being told to spew. Therefore, it's not a true conviction, a belief that stands behind them. As a priest or as a monk, you respond first and foremost before God, and then before people. And those priests that we see, including Kirill, they don't do that. So what they did is to perform some rituals. They did so on Easter. They did it on Christmas. It's not relevant. The common soldiers, yes, they will have an icon with them, for example, or they will pray because they are in dire straits. And usually when you are in dire straits, you ask everyone, right, for help. And sometimes that's the only help that you get. That being said, Kirill and others performed rituals, which are in ways in which they were not supposed to do, for a cause that is not just, and they know it, right? So all in all, for the Russian population, it's a show. They know it's a show. Everyone, it's like that kind of a lie in which everyone knows it's a show, but you still perform it. And it's more impressive outside the country than inside the country. The Catholic Church had, I will go in some details, and some people will be annoyed with me. So Also 100 years ago, more or less, there were some miracles recognized as such by the Catholic Church, which were referencing Russia per se. And there was a request for the Pope to do something. And he did in some way of fashion. Last year, there was a sermon televised for this to accomplish what was requested of them to do. I will never understand, and this is I'm sorry, I will never understand why he didn't kneel, but that's something I it's me. But apart from that, the Catholic Church kind of historically stayed away from the Orthodox one. It's like an unspoken rule between them. They don't take each other's territories, if that makes sense. So they didn't push in other ways for Russia. The Pope didn't condemn Russia from the start. Even when the Azov wives went to the Pope for help, there wasn't any definite request from him for the Azov fighters to be released, for the war to cease, for Russia to retreat, for any of this. So they did pray, but they kind of pray for everyone, right? They didn't take a side. Basically, that's what happened. So on one side, you have, and because they didn't take a side, they basically didn't push back on Kirill and his statements, and the fact that Kirill blessed some weapons which have the name of the opposite force. Let's put it this way.
Those were the missiles called Satan, right?
Yeah. So that's not something you do as a priest. So it is in the it's called cutumă in Romanian. I don't know what's the term in English. It's like not a habit, but something that is established, that it is done.
A custom.
A custom, an unspoken rule. So one of the roles of the priest is to be with the army, within the army, and with the army. They don't fight, but they perform burial services. They perform confessions. They perform other rituals which are done during the year, because, for example, you have Easter, you have the Sunday sermon, you have all sorts of sermons which can be performed by a priest among the soldiers which are fighting on the front lines. You don't need the church per se, so the building. You can be outside and you still can perform this. So traditionally speaking, in all Orthodox countries, there were priests with the army which did all of this, right? They didn't fought, but they prayed for the soldiers. They were there for confession. They blessed the soldiers in their fight. This is actually, so it is a ritual to do this, and it is for just causes. So when you have soldiers who defend your own country, who defend something. So this is something, for example, an Orthodox priest in Ukraine could and should do, right? And they are. We have had here in the space actually a priest who was with the Ukrainian army, and it was really a very moving. Very moving recount of everything he went through. That being said, blessing an invasion of another country, of a peaceful country which is smaller than you, who doesn't have the armed capabilities that you have, who doesn't have anything to threaten you, it's so far out there of the defend your country or of being just, then Kirill has basically he can do whatever he wants, right? Because the moment you don't as a priest, the moment you don't listen to what God told you to do, you can dance, you can do whatever you want, because you'll answer in the end. But I don't know if this makes sense. It has no value, right? So the role of the priest in general in both churches, both in Orthodox and in Catholic Church, is through them to bring something from above. And you do that when you listen, right? And do what you're supposed to do. When you don't do that, there is no help coming. I don't know how to put this. God is not blind, right? So whatever God are they praying to, it's not the one they have the paper. I don't know how to say this. So they were supposed to listen to one God, and they listened to Putin as a God, right? This is what I'm meaning. They are listening to a man instead of doing what's right, because basically God asks you to do what's right in any religion. So it's not just the Christian religion or the Hindu religion or other. They ask you to do what's right, and they are not doing what's right. So I don't know. I hope it makes sense.
Yeah, that absolutely does make sense. So one of the spectrums that I view kind of like the freedom of countries is if you look at countries like the Soviet Union and where you start to see an outlawing of religion, or you further along the authoritarian scale to a country like North Korea, where you see a fusion between church and state. And then you go on the far opposite side of the spectrum, like I forget which host was mentioning it earlier, but that I'm from a secular country, right? And the way that I define secular country is that you have a clear differentiation between the matters of state and the matters of religion. And we have freedom of religion, allow all different religions, irrespective of, as long as the underlying belief structure is sincere, we allow people great deference of independence. And we've long accepted that there's a sphere of religion, that there's a sphere of religious practice that falls outside of the scope of what the government should do. And Russia is far more along the lines of blending those together, not quite as far along as North Korea, but further along on the spectrum. But even in under Western secular systems, the focus of religion, and I agree that with the previous speaker who mentioned that in Russia the focuses may be blurred, but that the focus from the religious organization should be on their flock, like their shepherds, to ensure that their flock is cared for. They go along with military campaigns to ensure that the souls of the members of the individuals who are involved, they can have their last rites, their bodies can be buried. They're typically considered non.
Daniel?
Aim that I'm focusing on is that if like the Eastern Orthodox Church would focus on the people that of their flock, and then I would just use the Catholic Church because our current president's Catholic, and a chunk of people inside of Ukraine that are Catholic, but also similar to how the Abraham with the recent peace that are odds.
Breaking up a little bit, Daniel.
That can be played.
We're losing some of your point.
Just pick sides, but to host neutral.
Am I the only person for whom Daniel is breaking up?
Daniel, you're going on and off, so we could not understand the last, I think, 3 minutes.
But your point is well made, Daniel. We appreciate it. If you want to drop down and try and come back if you feel the need to finish the point, but I think we got it, and thank you very much.
I just want to add something. So 2 things, because I got some DMs. I was expecting that because touching religion is difficult. One of the points which is true and worth mentioning is, first and foremost, Ukraine is a country of many faiths. So they have population which is Orthodox, they have Catholics, they have Muslims, they have Jews. And they all live together peacefully. So one of the things that actually was mentioned by several Ukrainians coming here in the space was the fact that they accept and celebrate everything, like having 2 Christmases, having 2 Easters, because Catholic and Orthodox one have different dates, and so on. They also accept any other faith, and they never, and their president is is a statement to that. They never pushed back on someone because of his faith or his origin. I wish I could say the same about my country, but actually my country was a lot conservative, and it did happen, but with a pushback, right? So that's one point. Second, also worth mentioning, the fact that mixing faith, so what had happened, people said I was rambling, and I was a bit, like I gave a context to what's happening in Russia right now. What is the bottom line? Putin is seeing himself as the single force, driving force of Russia. And he pushed for including the church, approving him. And we know this because the Jew community and the main rabbi in Russia had to flee Russia because he was requested to approve, to proclaim the same things as Kirill did. So this what Kirill did in the last year is not something that came out of faith. It's something that was ordered from Putin, and because Kirill doesn't answer to God, he answers to Putin. He did that. That's the difference, right? And he performed everything just like Putin told him to do. And that is basically it. Putin wants to show to everyone he is powerful, that Russia is powerful, and that they are doing a just thing, which they are not. And everybody knows they are not, including their population. So this is kind of useful when you have biased population, which is not, which doesn't know which way is up. But overall, at international level, this was a televised show and nothing more. Does that make sense? I hope better.
Completely.
Maybe I can just round this off. The Orthodox Church, when Anda has had this experience, and she can talk to this in significant detail. We actually discussed it a few times, also together here on the space in the past. The Orthodox Church in certain countries of the former Soviet-occupied space, the so-called Warsaw Pact nations, but specifically, of course, in Russia, and to the extent that Russia's suppression reached into Ukraine, even after Ukraine's independence, the Orthodox Church has been significantly corrupted. Now, whilst the Orthodox Church in Romania is, of course, a different case, during Ceausescu's time, it was an extended arm of the Securitate. And in Russia, it's just, or Soviet Russia at that point in time, we should really at some point in time just simply say Russia. It's simpler, but I think you all know what I mean, that it was evidently Stalin who reconfigured, reconstituted the Orthodox Church, which the Bolsheviks had beforehand completely and utterly dismembered, eviscerated, and then, of course, gotten rid of. They dissolved it and stated that it shall be no more. But as soon as Stalin needed to mobilize the masses further during a not quite well working war at that time, being attacked by Nazi Germany, he had to remobilize, and he needed those who followed still the Orthodox Church in the countryside and the peasantry. Since then, since Stalin founded that Orthodox Church, the cadre, the bureaucracy, the administration, the key personnel is part and parcel of the Russian security forces. This is Dzerzhinsky Square with a talon. This is Dzerzhinsky Square with a cross. It is an abuse of those who feel that they are religious. And that has always been the case. Anda.
It's true. So this is why I was saying that they are not listening to God. I would like to, if the topic is been, if you want me to talk more, I can. If you want me to ask something else, because
why don't we move to something else and revert back to this later if and when we have questions? Because I think both you and many others and I could talk about this until the cows come home. Because the abuse of those who have a religion as part of their life is such a breach of trust, but it was what the utilitarian Soviet Russian regime evidently needed. Nick, you have a hot mic. Nick, who was further, Eyvind or Prince?
I was going to just do a couple of intermediate things before we move on, or before we move on. I put a couple of tweets in the nest, a couple of interesting videos. One of them showing a self-propelled 120 millimeter Panzer Mercer mortar in Ukraine, and the other showing apparently claimed to be the first footage of a Marder IFV in Ukraine. Now, the crew of the Marder appear to be wearing forage caps, and it may be that they're still on final training and adaptation. But two interesting bits of kit, and then another piece of news. It's the Euro 2024. I'm sorry, 2024. Yeah, qualifying tournament in the soccer ball. Russia, for some reason, is not participating. Ukraine is in a qualifying group with England, Italy, North Macedonia, and Malta. And this evening, England beat Ukraine 2-0. So Ukraine's professional footballers are holding up the flag for their country, and I hope that they are able to train in adequate conditions. And those of us who have a little bit of an affiliation with the UK will have been cheering on England this evening, but I certainly hope that the rest of Europe is cheering on Ukraine. We'll go to Prince, and then we'll go to Eyvind.
Yeah, I just wanted to include the thing. I know he asked from a religious aspect, but the thing, what does peace look like for Ukraine, is the peace that what peace looks like for Ukraine is the 10-point peace plan that President Zelensky has put forth. And that peace plan is extremely clear. I don't know, he used the word a neutral body. I don't know how anybody could be neutral when when Russia has come into Ukraine and committed genocide. There is no neutral when it comes to genociding a population. So I think that there may be religious aspects to it that can be examined and discussed, but when it comes down to it, what peace looks like for Ukraine, when we get to peace, which hopefully is sooner than later, that is the peace that we should look at, is the peace that President Zelensky has already put forward as a plan. Thank you.
I think that's correct, but I think there will be a role for the churches to get people to reflect on what happened and what sort of world they want to live in. As I say, as an important part of civil society, Ukrainian civil society will need to recover. Russia's will need to be fundamentally overhauled, I'm afraid. We will go to Eyvind, and then we will go to Jens.
Good evening, Nick. Good evening, Axel. Good evening, everybody. I think there should be more of creative thinking within NATO to support Ukraine. Today, apart from Greece-Turkey potential conflicts, there are only one threat, and that is the Muscovy neo-Nazi state, also called Mordor. Mordor is fully occupied with the genocidal war against Ukraine. What if certain nations in NATO make a deal with Ukraine that Ukraine can have whatever weapon they need to launch an offensive, but if the threat picture against the countries changes, Ukraine will send back some of the stuff as soon as possible. I'm thinking about Germany, France, the Benelux, Denmark, Spain, Portugal, and Italy could be an example. There's no way they could be surprised attack unless from the air or from within, like an internal coup. Make a new form of land-lease with those countries, either way about everything except some air force, their navy, and some ground forces, just enough to stop a coup. Comments and discussion, please.
I'm not a military strategist. I don't understand how the workings of this go. I don't understand the extent to which the reluctance of individual NATO countries to send weapons is some function of their bureaucratic requirement to maintain a force of X in case the Russians attack, and a failure to take into account the fact that the Russians are attacking, and therefore, as you suggest, there's no need to have exactly as many people as you would if the Russians weren't attacking Ukraine. So I don't know on what basis, to what extent that is the issue, versus some other more complex issue to which I'm not privy. Certainly, naively, that would seem to me to be the way to go about it, on the basis of, we have all these forces in case the Russians attack. So, when is it going to be the right time to do that? There may be other political considerations beyond the purely numerical bureaucratic. I think where I would be a little bit careful is if I'm not certain that if we send, let's pick a particular weapon system that we're not currently sending, and we send it to Ukraine and say, but if we need it, can we have it back? I'm not certain how easy it would be to extract it from the front and say, terribly sorry, Ukraine, we've had to, remote disable your Leopards or whatever system it is. Can you please send them back in the Amazon box, in the next 72 hours? I think if you're going to provide this equipment, I mean, it has to be on a, send it back when the war is over basis rather than anything else. But apart from that, I basically agree with you, and I assume that the discussions have been had, and I assume that the reasons why this is not happening, I think as a minimum it will have been thought about. I think the reasons why it's not happening are either bureaucratic or some form of mutual decision making among the NATO countries that we're not aware of or not privy to, or something else. Axel, what do you reckon?
I apologize, Nick. I was distracted with our guest of tomorrow.
Just one. If we go back to World War II, the British, they were in alliance with France, but they sent about everything they had as an expeditionary force over to France. So they they blank themselves completely because they were an island. They didn't see that there was any way that the Nazis could attack them, apart from, of course, from the air.
Well, yes, but they then found that they got a bloody nose because they got cut off and lost a lot of people at Dunkirk. So
that is different.
Well, yeah, but it makes you kind of think about doing that again, maybe. So, but I don't understand I don't fully understand what's going on, but I suspect, as I say, I think as a minimum this will have been discussed among the Western leaders. I with the greatest respect, Oyvind, I suspect that probably the collective military and political minds of the West have probably discussed it. But I would like to know the reason why there isn't more going in and more modern stuff, because as we've pointed out on this space many times, the West is eliminating, albeit too slowly, is eliminating Russia as a credible conventional military threat for the next 30 or 40 years for just a small fraction of our collective defense budgets.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I don't know why, but it will be one of it will be one of three reasons, and some combination thereof: bureaucracy, an explicit strategic decision that this is not the time to be doing it. Perhaps we don't want these weapons to possibly fall into Russian hands. And I think that was certainly a concern at the start of the war. Or something else we don't even know about. But if anyone has any ideas on this, Jens, you had your hand up. I don't know whether it was related to this or if you have it, but Jens, please go ahead with whatever point you had.
Okay, this was about religion and peace. I'm not religious myself, but now I just lost my train of thought. What I wanted to say was that while I wishes for peace could come from a sincere place, and wishes for negotiation could come from a sincere place. I think we have to remember we have two parties, where one party is fighting for their survival and the other party is fighting for destruction. And while Ukraine needs all our thoughts and prayers, the way to reach some kind of peace is through a victory, through a evisceration of the invaders and the killers, and the enslavers. So I think that religion can play a part in the sense that when you are fighting for your survival, religion, if it's a part of your life, it's a part of mourning, it's a part of philosopher, your philosopher. But I think that any talk about negotiation for peace right now is probably at best well-meaning, but maybe a little misplaced.
Okay, thank you, Jens. Yeah, it's what I think is very unlikely is that there's going to be some kind of meeting of religious leaders who are going to wave their hands and the war is going to come to an end. And until we have a better plan than President Zelensky's 10-point plan, I think that's what we should be getting behind. And President Zelensky's 10-point plan is frankly a pretty secular plan. I'm going to go back to that picture of the Marders. How many Marders did Germany supply, Axel? Do you know?
53.
53. Is that one of those multiples of 14 thing, or is it what was?
No, it's what was available and what is required. Yes, typically you would want, if you were to just think about it in terms of equipping a company or a brigade and the likes, you would need a certain multiple of the tanks. That's certainly true. You're absolutely right. In that regard, it should have been 56 because you would have had 2 Marders to 1 tank. And if that's the case, you have 14 Leopards plus 3 ARVs, meaning recovery vehicles, armored recovery vehicles, which are typically the same Leopard platform, whether it's 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. Plus, typically also, we would actually want to have 3 Leopards as a command vehicle for a brigade, but that by the by, you would want to have 2 to 1 in the company's Marders to Leopards. That would make it 28 and therefore 56, but they only had 53 available. Though they're asking why, I can't judge.
Okay. And if you're a Russian and a Marder is coming towards you, what are your fighting back options? What kind of
very few.
Do Russian ATGMs have the ability to take out a Marder from the front?
Well, the ATGMs are typically, you would have to post yourself in a position in order to take out a marder. So you would have to be able to wait for it and have the right range for it. But the marder typically is extremely fast and mobile. So you would have to be able to target it in the moment of rest.
And final is, what does marder mean in German? What does the German word marder mean?
Marten.
As in a bird, or as in
No,
the
the
pine
animal.
marten, the unpleasant manner?
What you
What
would call
the
the unpleasant, meaning
the pine, the
like the badger, you know, marten.
yeah, okay. Because I think it's called, I think in English it's sometimes called the pine marten, because a marten is also a family of birds, but the pine marten
that's marten with an I.
yeah,
This is marten with an
right. Okay, there. That's the yeah. You don't, the kind of badger,
The
kind
ones
of badger
get rid of
weasel.
who invade your car from time to time.
Yeah, you certainly want them on your side. Yeah, thanks. I for people who don't know, gepard is a cheetah, right?
Yes, it is.
Or is it?
No,
Yeah, a gepard. Right. Mm-hmm. So extremely fast. A leopard is a panther. Panther is a synonym for leopard. I'm wondering if there are any other good.
No.
My understanding is that a panther and a leopard are the same thing. No.
No, there's a well, there's a relation. Panthers are black. Leopards are spotty.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be an English thing, because in English we talk about the black panther.
I thought
and a leopard would be a spotted panther. And there, of course, there is the pink one, and he drives an extremely cool car.
What?
No, but some of these, yeah. Ooh. No, my recollection of at least the cartoon series was that it filled up outside the theater.
Yes, of course.
And I think there was a young boy driving it, or a teenage boy.
Absolutely. But I was thinking about the Shot in the Dark, where the Pink Panther Peter Sellers is chasing in his say role as Inspector Clouseau. He is racing around what can only be described as a rondelle of a nice fountain in a city, a little village, and they are in open cars, and there are monkeys, gorillas in those cars.
Minky. Oh, the minkies. There is a minky. A rond-point, not a rondelle. A rond-point. Yeah, there is a minky. There is a bird.
How did we manage to do it? Sorry, I apologize for distracting everybody. Let's go to.
Yeah, we are capable of going from the sublime to the ridiculous at quite incredible speed. Prince, take us out of here.
I'm seeing a lot of these tweets today that this is potentially the first footage of the Marauder. But additionally, I've also seen some information from a German account that if you listen to it closely, you can hear German in the background, which gives the indication that it is a training video in Germany, and that has not been videoed in Ukraine at this point. So just something to keep in mind, that it's a training video, not that they've already been delivered. There's a conflict as to if they've been delivered or if this is a training video and you can hear German in the background.
As I said, I saw them in there. I saw that they were. It certainly wasn't driving into combat, and they were wearing their caps. So I guess that's also possible. And I suspect it's difficult to tell a priori whether you're in a Ukrainian wood or a German wood, unless you happen to be very good at tree species identification. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, I just it's interesting. Can't wait till they get there, but we'll see if they are or not.
Did you call it a marauder? It's just marder. It should be marauder, but
Apologies.
it's just marder. The spiky weasel.
That's what I get for like skimming while I'm trying to do three other things at the same time.
We could maybe we need a blooper reel of bits of jargon that go slightly wrong. All right, coming up to the top of the hour, so it is coming up to 2200 where I am, which is in Spain. We've had a beautiful day here today. 2300 in Kiev, 2100 in London, and 2000 hours UTC. I know I go on about the time zones a lot, but for those of you who are trying to keep up and trying to follow our regular presentations, some of which are done at a particular local time, some of which are done at a particular UTC time, and I know people don't like it when they turn up and they've missed it by an hour. Axel, do we have any news from the front today? Is the news blackout still holding? I've been out most of the day, so I haven't.
It is, well, yeah, well, there is this news, obviously, from the general staff, but that is absolutely lukewarm, and that's good. I like it, but there is very little information, and I take that as a good sign.
What is that from the general staff? Is that sort of tweet where they said, please don't speculate?
It's a 6 p.m. Kiev time update, which is absolutely ridiculously useless, given the fact that it only highlights that certain movements have been there, and yeah, that's it.
I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? We're culturally used through social media and other methods that when we are supporters of something in other parts of our lives, if it's a celebrity or even a politician sometimes, that we get inside track knowledge, and we feel a little bit entitled to that. And I know I find it incredibly frustrating when the Ukrainian general staff won't tell me what's going on, when they won't tell me the direction of their attacks, when they won't tell me what resistance they're coming up against. And I wouldn't say I go so far as to say that I feel that they're being ungrateful because of all the support we give them, but it is a little bit frustrating, and it's interesting. It's an interesting example of why war is not like other things in your life. We have to wait patiently. We will find out what we need to know in due time. And in the meantime, we have to keep our fingers crossed and keep sending the help, whether that's in the form of donations to organizations such as MriyaReport, or whether that's in terms of making sure that our elected officials know exactly how we feel about the situation. Prince and then Oyvind.
Yeah, I will just, there are currently air raids in Chernihiv and Sumy, and indications that there may be Shahed drones in the air. So it's just something that people are keeping an eye on. And Chernihiv and Sumy have their air alarms going right now. We'll see if it expands or if they get a better look to see if they are actually Shahed drones or not. And just something to keep an eye on. So that is something that, I know about what the current situation is.
I'm working on the space title. I can't sure if I can edit it because it's longer than what my phone can accept, but we can remove the Doolittle Airwing mention from it. Oyvind, please.
Yeah, back to your comment about lack of information. The media coverage of this war is very important. In the West, there are very many who follows this and support Ukraine, as they will do with their favorite football team. Of course, this is not any kind of football match, but we should not underestimate how many that are willing to spend the same amount of money for their favorite team, in this case Ukraine, as they will for their favorite football team. Thank you.
I think that's a terrific point, Ivan. And I saw the other day Tom Zimbardo, our good friend, wrote a rather impassioned thread about a topic, and he mentioned that he donates £100 a month, I presume by some sort of direct debit, 100 British pounds a month to Ukraine. And a lot of people make charitable donations of that kind of level, but also a lot of people spend. Hey, a lot of people are struggling, but a lot of people have discretionary spending that they could afford to reduce, and a lot of people have expensive hobbies. And it's true, if following your football team is a hobby, you can spend an awful lot of money on airfares and tickets. And so, yeah, maybe become a Ukraine fan, maybe become a Ukraine season ticket holder, maybe find a way to commit to drinking a bit less designer coffee and putting that 20 or 30 euros a month you might save on that into a recurring donation to MriyaReport or to any of the other good charities that are helping Ukraine in different ways. Most of us make discretionary spending decisions in our lives, and we do that because we get meaning from them. If we follow our favorite football team, there are people who will have seen. I saw Aston Villa win the European Cup in 1981, and actually I'm from the town of Birmingham. I support the other team from there, but nonetheless, it was a big deal to have seen Aston Villa do that, and that's you turn these things into meaning for you. And if Ukraine has meaning for you, well, consider putting your money where your meaning is. In much of Europe, at least, charitable donations are tax deductible too. Normally, Alan would be coming up about now. I see he's coming up in about 15 minutes' time. Alan Brewer, your easy listening afternoon in the US host, whose control of the space is something that I admire and aspire to. I aspire to be as good a host as Alan. Chris, you've been up for a while. Are you there? I haven't seen your hand go up.
Well, I was going to say something to you actually.
Well, that's well. Go ahead then.
Yeah, the modern. I was thinking that the modern version of being a football fan is pay-per-view with a live camera as Ukraine goes into action.
Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, streaming. I mean, I don't know if it would be kind of PG-13 live footage from the battlefront. We've already seen some pretty horrific stuff.
Nor do I, Nick. But it was just something that randomly occurred to me. Once. Yeah. I obviously controversial, but
yeah.
At the same time, well, we are actually close to it, aren't we? If you think about it, there's a lot of, although it's not real time, we are getting that video footage at some point,
I mean, the video, the amount of video we've seen. There was some absolute moron the other week. I mean, I presume he had an agenda, but it was, why aren't we seeing any footage from the Ukraine war? It's like, mate, do you even Twitter? It's there are people. I have a colleague here in Mallorca who I know, if he's listening, hi Vladislav, collects and curates videos. I think he has 10,000 clips, and there's no coverage of it. I mean, what planet is this guy on? There's never been a war that's been filmed as closely as this. And I mean, not only is it interesting for us, it's also, I think, incredibly useful for intelligence. Personally, I sometimes have trouble following some of the videos. I don't know if I'm the only person. I've got a decent sized screen. I put the video up to full size, and I'll watch this 1.5 minute, someone clearing a trench or artillery impacts landing from a film from a drone. And the comments will say, "Oh yeah, wow! Look at 1 minute 12 seconds. Did you see the drone operator? You can see the flash on his screen." And I'm going, "Mate, all I can see is explosions going on." So there are some people who really, really know how to take this, how to zoom in on the detail and interpret it. And after about 12 views, I can sort of sometimes find what's going on. But a huge kudos to the people who look at this and can tell you what's going on. I presume that it helps to have actual military experience. You actually are you a military man, Chris?
Yeah, well, yeah. If you call the Royal Navy military, yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, it was very, very interesting earlier on. I didn't catch it all. We were in the middle of dinner and that, but there was a Royal Navy engineer coming up in the what do they call it? The flying segment.
The Fleet Air Arm, I believe, Chris.
Yes, a WAFU to me, mate. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You mean in the flying segment? You mean the Doolittle segment? Yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
Doolittle. Yeah.
I assumed. I was thinking, Chris ought to know that it's the Fleet Air Arm, and then I realised you meant you didn't know the name of the segment within the space.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, that was it. So he. Well, I say he would be my equivalent. So I was a weapons engineer officer. So I looked after the missile, sonar, radar, but it was a long time ago, but yeah, he would be my equivalent. But in the Fleet Air Arm, I'm not. Well, I did have people in my intake became Fleet Air Arm engineer officers and that. So, but I don't know exactly what they did, if you see what I mean. But I think they were more. They would deal, I would think, with the mechanical stuff as well as the electronic stuff, whereas we had a MEO, mechanical engineering officer, and a WEO, weapons engineering officer as well, in surface ships, yeah.
When you referred to the Fleet Air Arm as WAFU, I presume that stands for something wholesome like "we are flying upwards," does it?
You know what? I don't even know what it stands for. It's just what we call it. I'll have to Google it that myself.
Oh, sorry. I assumed it was an acronym that rhymed with snafu.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. These are such stupid things that either you didn't know or you forgot.
Well, if you are a listener with Royal Navy experience and can set Chris straight on the exact expansion of WAFU, I mean, do you have spelling for it? Did it get written down?
Well, WAF 00.
WAF 00. Oh, WAFU.
Oh no! Wait. So what? WAFU? See, I don't even know that. That's because I'm not one.
There you go. We are. I'm sure it stands for "we are flying upwards." That seems.
Wait a minute.
That seems wholesome. That seems wholesome and respectable to me.
Wait a minute. Oh. Well, there you are. See, I don't think I would have got that. It is. Oh no! Is that? That's not. Well, WAFU is a gentle wind. Wait a minute. Why is the fleet? Oh, here we are.
That's waft.
Oh. See, I should have known this. Honestly, I don't know why I don't know this, but wet and flipping useless.
Wet and flipping useless, indeed.
Yeah, or actually derived from weapon and fuel users, a stores category for clothing. So yeah, you'll have to get a WAFU to explain to you what WAFU is. Yeah, so what they think it is. Yeah,
I'm reminded of the the story, which I think we can tell now without it being particularly lèse majesté, of Princess Anne's first husband, Mark Phillips.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Who was a captain in the Coldstream Guards.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
apparently he was known as Fog because he was thick and wet.
Lovely.
And
yeah.
then,
well,
there was a story of him. Sorry, there was a story of him giving some kind of officer cadet training, and he said, "So now, who can tell me qualities required of an officer?" And someone said, "Humility, sir." And Mark Phillips said, "Absolutely correct. It is important for an officer to be humile at all times."
well, I I probably don't even want to mention this, but my intake in Dartmouth included Prince Andrew. So yeah, so there you go.
I've just been asked whether anything about the Wafu is Wafu thin.
What?
Wafu thin. No.
Oh,
okay.
Wafu thin. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I got it finally, Nick. I got it finally. I was going to go. I was going to go off down some track, but we've gone off down some other track.
No, that's fine. We will. Alan is going to come up, and there may be some topics developing that you can help with. So, Alan is waiting to be beamed down into the co-host pod in an undisclosed location. It remains only for Axel and me to decide which of us is going to make space for him. If you don't pipe up in the next 10 seconds, Axel, then I will do it. And Alan will be here with you shortly.
I sent you a message before that I'll drop, so you stay.
Oh, there you are on line 99. Yep. So there we go. Axel has gone. Beam yourself down, Alan. It's self-service here. Mr. Scott is having a well-earned break.
Nick, do you drive the, what do you call it? The back end. What do you call the Twitter Spaces like back end? What do you call that?
I know very little about it, and anything I did know would be classified.
So you don't actually see the back end. You see some other sort of simpler interface, do you?
Well, about all I can tell you, Chris, is if you can get hold of another phone and a web browser so that you can have 3 accounts connected, you can make your own space, and then you can play to your heart's content to find out what it looks like to be a host and what it looks like to be invited to be a co-host. Any details of the arrangements by which the various co-hosts are put in place is OPSEC confidential, I'm afraid. But in terms of understanding how the spaces work, I actually did that and spent 10 minutes with a couple of phones and a web browser, and having a little look behind the scenes, because you can just create your own space. Although I suggest you give it a very, very dull name indeed, because otherwise people might pop in and start talking to you, and you might not want that.
Oh no, I don't. I've got enough. Oh, that actually, yeah, that's what I was going to say, Nick, was that I don't have time to go fishing through, everywhere for videos and that. And I see quite enough just by what comes to me on Twitter. So yeah.
Well, yeah, I thoroughly recommend my colleague, who's he calls himself Velchaninov, which I believe is a character in a Russian or Ukrainian novel, and his Twitter handle is at Welshaninov with a W, and he posts terrific digests every day of the videos that are coming along. He's a Ukrainian who lives in Mallorca, and he's doing a great job curating some excellent content, and I find some really interesting stuff in what he's doing. So shout out to Welchaninov. Alan, welcome up. You're looking cool as ever with your shades on.
Hi, Nick. How are you today? And thank you so much for covering for me. I've been away for a couple of days, as you know, and out of touch. What would you say to someone who had been out of touch and hadn't caught up on Ukrainian news for 2 days. What's the top line?
I would say that I wish that I hadn't spent most of the last 2 days out there in the real world as well. So I'm afraid I'm not the best person to be asking, but it does seem that Ukrainians' OPSEC blackout is working, which is great news for Ukraine, less great news for those of us attempting to generate content. Chuck, was Chuck in here yesterday?
I believe he
later on.
I believe he was here late last night.
But I've been my wife has been dragging me out for something called a social life. I've been looking on Wikipedia, but I can't find it. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Going back to your comment earlier about donations and what have you, and the cost of one's own leisure activities, such as following a football team. I was on a call a while ago with some of my colleagues, and we were discussing this sort of thing. And I was comparing the cost of one's social life, maybe back when I was in my early 20s, to the cost now. Because, that was, I have to say, that was before the age of mobile phones. That was before all these exotic online streaming services and digital TV and what have you. So now quite a few people, they subscribe to, like in the UK, they may have a subscription to Virgin Media for their cable television, essentially. They may subscribe to to their favorite football club so they can watch the matches from home. They'll have Spotify, and they literally will cost thousands of pounds a year. And I think my argument would be it's probably worthwhile all of us reviewing our costs in those sort of spaces on a fairly regular basis and just say, hang on a minute, I'm paying for that, but am I using it? And maybe if you're not using something, why not give it up and give the money away as a donation instead?
I think that's a great idea, Mark. There are any number of ways you can keep loose change in your pocket, let it add up, and then contribute to help in Ukraine through Maria Aid is our preferred way to do that, even though it's a Canadian nonprofit. Therefore, if you're an American, contributions to Maria Aid are not tax deductible. But so what? Every contribution doesn't have to be tax deductible. So why not give to Maria Aid? Your help gets there fast. Nick?
I have a question from a listener. Says, can you speak about the potential impact of Russia moving nuclear weapons to Belarus? So this was an announcement I saw going past from Putin. Although I saw two versions, one saying that they'd moved tactical nuclear weapons, the other saying they'd moved strategic nuclear weapons there. I think the latter is probably less likely. Further violation of the Budapest Memo may violate other agreements on nuclear proliferation. Should NATO take action and destroy airfields in Belarus? What is the propaganda value of this? So I don't know whether we had this on the space in the past 24 hours, and I presume, Alan, you aren't going to know that either. What is the impact of the announcements by Putin of moving that nuclear weapons? I think have already been moved to Belarus. I think it was in the past tense or in the recent past tense. I'm learning Spanish. I guess it would be the present perfect. So if people have views on that, did you see that news, Alan, about what Putin was saying?
I did, Nick, and a couple of things about that. I believe Ukraine has asked for an emergency meeting of the Security Council in the United Nations. And I think Ukraine is suggesting that indeed this would be a violation of nuclear non-proliferation treaties that Russia has signed on to. I do not believe Russia has moved any weapons to Belarus. at this time. And frankly, I can't see that it makes that much difference. I mean, how much closer do you need to move an ICBM from, and this is something they probably wouldn't be able to do anyway, how much closer do you need to move a so-called tactical nuclear weapon? This wouldn't make any difference either. I think the greatest difference that it would make is to Belarus itself. It would make them a belligerent nation, it seems to me, if they are going to harbor such weapons inside their nation. Then John is up, I bet, with better news than I have. Then John, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Al. No, actually, I don't have news, but I have an opinion on that. And the opinion is that, or my opinion is that this is to scare Europe. I mean, they want to talk about nuclear, but I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter if it's in Belarus or Kaliningrad, where they already have nuclear, whatever. And also, I mean, ICBM doesn't have to be 10 kilometers from the target, right? It can be 1,000 or 100,000 kilometers. Or maybe that's maybe that's too much. But it doesn't matter. It's just to scare us, and we're not scared at all. It's just propaganda.
I've sort of wondered about this ever since the 1980s, when we had, intermediate range nuclear forces. So not kind of, the old battlefield nukes, but these kind of, what we had then, the SS-20 was in the news a lot, and now we've got Iskanders and whatever. And I'm trying to think of the circumstances under which you are firing 1,000-kilometer nuclear weapons and not ICBMs. And it seems to me that the range of circumstances under which exactly those conditions would prevail seems to me to be extraordinarily thin. And as you say, it's they already have, or at least we have to work on the assumption that they have nuclear weapons in Kaliningrad, which is a whole lot closer to pretty well everywhere apart from Lviv than Belarus is anyway. So it seems to me, like you say, to be just a way of sort of, it's a sort of, if Putin had some kind of and I apologize to my friends who have Tourette's syndrome, but if Putin had some kind of warmonger Tourette's, this is where he blurts out nukes, the word nukes, and we're all meant to get scared. And I don't think that this is going to, I'm trying to think who the people are who are going to be scared by this who aren't already scared. It's not making a whole lot of inroads. There's going to be a percentage of our populations who just want a quiet life, who are terrified of the prospect of any form of nuclear war. They're not going to look at where the things are stationed. This isn't going to do anything apart from, maybe wake one or two of them up and remind them. But I think those people are living in a state of permanent anxiety anyway, and they don't really worry too much about where the weapons are. It's just this one big overall nuclear thing. So yeah, it just seems, to the questioner, I hope we are doing a little bit of justice to your question. Further violation of the Budapest memo so the Budapest memo was, remind me which one that is. That was the denuclearization of Ukraine.
Yes, I believe that's correct, Nick. That was part of it anyway.
So maybe there was something in the Budapest memo. I don't know even if Belarus even signed that, saying maybe the Budapest memo was a denuclearization of the whole of the former Soviet states, with the exception of Russia. Actually, I don't know. To the person who sent that, or anybody else who knows, would Russia placing nukes in Belarus be a further violation of the Budapest Memo? Is that a particularly relevant point at this stage of proceedings? Should NATO take action destroying airfields in
Nick,
Belarus? I rather think not. Yeah.
Nick, can you violate something which is already disassembled and gone?
There isn't a whole lot left to violate, is there? I mean, it is getting to homeopathic dilutions now. Should NATO take action, e.g., destroying airfields in Belarus? I'm going to stick my neck out on this one and say no.
Did you see that Dan John was already going like thumbs up and let's reel it in and carpet bomb all of them?
Yeah.
Dan John is applying the Viking. How should I call this? Who's this? Mr. Lee. Yeah, Lee Child is writing about this all the time. Get your revenge in early.
I don't read that gentleman's novels, although I did go to the same school as him.
I think what we have here, Nick, is Putin scanning the cards he has to play from his hand. It's an incredibly weak hand made up mostly of jokers, and saying he's going to put nuclear weapons in Belarus is like playing a deuce. It's not a trump card of any kind, and it's almost laughable. Frankly, it really is almost laughable.
I don't think. I mean, jokers are sometimes quite desirable cards, as far as I'm concerned. He's got Mr. Bun the Baker, the Fire Mage, and the one in Uno that reverses that makes your opponent pick up 2 cards, and that's about the total he's got. I don't think he's actually playing with any of the standard 52.
No, he's not playing with a full deck at all. Mark, back to you, then on to Peter. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I wonder whether these sort of announcements from Putin, they're not really aimed at the Western governments. They're probably aimed at their pet talking heads in the Western countries to give them more ammunition to use to try and just stir up dissent within the Western countries.
That could be a part of the strategy. You know, it could also be propaganda aimed at Russians themselves, showing that Putin is taking some kind of action, is taking steps to protect the motherland, and it will bow to no one. Well, of course, it all becomes ridiculous eventually. Ukraine, which no one can hear right now. Ukraine, which no one can hear right now because there's a news blackout going on a couple of months' time, because there will be some smashing news. Thomas Tyner is just waiting for the record-setting day of the most fatalities and casualties reported of the Russian forces. Mark, then to Peter, then to Lexicon. Mark?
Yeah, what is slightly odd, perhaps, Anna, at the moment, is that there's this news blackout going on at the same time as President Zelensky is saying, well, they can't launch the offensive now because they're still waiting for all these extra tanks, etc. There's a slight contradiction there, I think.
It might be intended misinformation, don't you think?
Absolutely. I live in hope.
I live in hope and optimism. Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll try and read you something out if I don't cut myself off. Just 1 sec. Yeah, Pavel Podvig, a long-time researcher of Russia's nuclear forces at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research in Geneva, said he considered it unlikely that Russia would actually move nuclear warheads into Belarus, despite Mr. Putin's latest comments. Russian nuclear storage sites are so complex, Mr. Podrick said, that he doubted that a facility in Belarus could be ready to receive them by July. Now, number one, I think if he even started building the bloody thing, I'm sure there was a comment by the opposition in Belarus who are livid and say this is totally against the will of Belarusians. And I'm sure they would go and blow the thing up for Ukraine to keep Ukraine out of it. So there's that point. The other point, I mean, we talk about this nuclear thing all the time, but I used to fly into Ukraine every 2-3 weeks when I was flying for a Ukrainian company, UK to Kyiv, and it was a small jet, it was very limited on range, and we could just about get to Kyiv from the north of England on one tank of fuel. And the reason we did that is I never once didn't have a tailwind running west to east into Ukraine. Going back, we always had to refuel. But the thing is, if Putin wanted to play that game, he would have a whole load of Russians with glowing teeth in the dark if he did anything, because it would carry over onto Russia. So it's just totally crazy. It's Putin getting desperate and playing a card that worked so well for him before that he thinks, oh, I can do the same now, and everybody will be running around doing what I want.
I think that's quite accurate. And Peter, I saw the same commentary. And Peter, your mic is still hot. I saw the same commentary suggesting that the earliest Belarus could be prepared to receive such weapons would be in July. And I don't think Putin is getting desperate. I think that he's in a state of desperation since last March, when his special operation failed, and those 3 days have stretched into more than a year now. Lexicon, what do you have for us on this topic?
Well, I imagine you guys have, I missed you kind of midday there. I was out, but have you been talking about that conversation that War Translated posted, I think today? This has probably been circulating a while ago. Conversation between another guy named Prigozhin and another guy named Arkady or Akhmetov. Have you been talking about it? And they're talking about how Putin has pulled this thing over the whole country. He's completely bonkers. Have you been talking about it?
Not to my knowledge. Nick has been here much longer than I have. I've been away for a couple of days, Lexicon. If you want to bring us up to date on that post from War Translated, please do so.
Okay, and maybe I'll also go over to my computer in a few minutes. I can come back, but anyway, the gist of it, because it's quite long, you can read it yourselves, but the thing is that it's clearly a couple of let me say, lower middle upper oligarchs. They're well enough off, but they're sort of not in the in crowd in their own view. And they talk about, I mean, it's all about Putin. What Dmitry says is he's put it together from a 35-minute long telephone conversation. And so he's put, they talk about a lot of personal stuff, but they show how they show how their PR has been completely appalling, that the whole operation, nobody could have knew about it and nobody has faith in it, but at any rate, then nobody understands to this day and nobody sees how they'll get out of it, but he's ruined the country. He's driven us, how do we say, we've gone under, the whole country's gone under. And they talk about how absolutely nobody has any trust in them. And they talk about the fact that Ukraine's PR has been absolutely stunning and completely successful. And I'm just trying to remember, I should have noted, I'll go back and take a note of the things that are very worthwhile to hear. but it's clear that there is no element of what's going on. They feel that isn't ruined. The economy is ruined. The military is a disaster. It will take, I don't know, decades and generations to repair this. It's hopeless now. And I think it gives one a great deal of heart. Some people are saying it's a deep fake. I guess they mostly live in Russia, but apparently a lot of Russians and a lot of Ukrainians are discussing this today. Discussion is hot all over the ether. So I go back and get it on the computer so that I can tell you about it, and I can come back in if you've time.
Sure. Please do come back, Lexicon. I think this would be interesting news to hear about, especially as it's news that has sparked conversation in Ukraine and inside Russia.
Yeah, that's what I thought is really important.
And this is a post from War Translated, a very reliable source in my estimation.
He mentioned Sushko, and I know not everybody thinks Igor Sushko is good, but I think a lot of good stuff has come from him, and this one is extremely believable. You couldn't write stuff this credible, but I'll come back.
They can, they do, and that's what Sushko propagates.
Okay, but you look at it and see if you don't like it.
It's fine. I did. I think Sushko is not someone we will platform much.
I'm saying, how do you like the conversation?
I shall have a look at it. Lexicon, I did not have any time to even look at it. I shall gladly do so, of course.
Well, one thing I did see as I'm catching up on news yesterday and today, I have seen reports, regardless of the news blackout imposed by Ukraine, but I have seen reports that do seem reliable, suggesting that Ukrainian counter battery fire, so this is counter artillery fire, has picked up in the past couple of days, which means that Russian artillerymen are having a very rough time because Ukraine will have zoned in on those particular targets all along the line of engagement, especially in Bakhmut, Avdiivka, up in Sumy Oblast, we hope, and around Kreminna. So I do think in the next couple of days, we'll have some critical updates from Chuck Farrer, of course. He'll be back Tuesday night with his bullet points. And when Ukraine lifts the news blackout, there will be a flood of news for all of us to celebrate, decipher, and talk about. This will be a great time for me to suggest to every listener here to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We deliver news from Ukraine 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have been doing this throughout Russia's latest genocidal imperial invasion of Ukraine. That means MriyaReport has been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for more than a year. How do we do it? We're the only global space here on Twitter. We're the only global space that is on air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do it with dedicated co-hosts like Nick and Axel and so many others who give up much of their day and night to keep this space alive and to bring you verified news. And we also talk about how each of us can help Ukraine. We can do that by going to MriyaAid.org. You can make a contribution to send humanitarian supplies to Ukrainian cities. You can make a contribution to send life-saving medical supplies to soldiers on the front line. That's MriyaAid.org, MriyaAid.org. And I do just want to explain to folks, MriyaReport, Mariya Aid sound almost the same. We are different organizations. MriyaReport is a global Twitter space. MriyaAid is a Canadian NGO. So we sound alike, we're different. Oyvind, please go ahead.
Thank you. Question. Can any recall how long the info blackout lasted last time Ukraine had a major offensive?
The last time there was a news blackout was during the Kherson offensive, so far as I know. I think there was also something of a news blackout during the Kharkiv offensive, but the Kherson blackout was almost as dark as the blackout going on now. Not quite as dark, but almost as dark.
But how long did it take before they came out with any news?
It was a couple of weeks, Oyvind, from Kherson. There were just rumors for 2 weeks' time, and lots of speculation about how the Russian troops would get from the north bank of the Dnipro to the south bank.
Okay, thanks.
And of course, even after that news blackout was lifted and Kherson was largely liberated, we learned as days and weeks went by about the amount of military equipment the Russians had abandoned, the number of troops who did not get across the river, and I think that we'll see again some. Once the news blackout is lifted, we'll have some good information, but all the information won't come out for days and weeks into the future. Lexicon.
Yeah, another thing I remember, and I've also gone back to this item, which Dmitry says we have translated. He's done it himself, he and friends. But about the news blackout, you recall that suddenly, just like 2 days before they started leaving en masse from Kherson, from the right bank, that there was, it got opened up on Russian TV, and you saw these sad sack looking generals. You had maybe Cyril, you had Sorokin and Shoigu and Gerashimov there, and they are seen in front of Putin, and they're talking to Sirovikin and got his name, and he's saying that I'm making this proposal to you, General Shoigu, as my evaluation of the best course to take. I feel we should withdraw from the right bank of Dnieper in Kherson Oblast. And so they say, well, you're absolutely sure of this? And they nod sagely and say, well, since it's on your advice and we feel that you know what you're saying, or you're doing it on good information, i.e. this is on you, man. And so when the reckonings come, you're going to be, we'll hang you up for this. So that then everybody saw. That's how we all heard it in a big way. We all knew, of course, but was it? So who knows how we're going to hear this other one? And then they portrayed it as that's what we wanted to do all along, and of course that's what they should have done 2 months earlier. And then I I sent the article, the conversation from Dmitry to, I think I sent it to Alan and to David Brookfield and to Mockers. I don't think that Axel receives. And Axel is not home. And here's what he says, what Dmitry says. Making rounds in the Russian and Ukrainian internet today is an alleged leaked recording of a phone call between a notable Russian music producer, Yosif Prigozhin. He could be in line for a president, not Wagner's Prigozhin, and Farhad Ahmedov, an Azerbaijani businessman and a former politician in Russia. In this 35-minute call, both men, who appear to be friends, discuss the current affairs in Russia and slam Putin and Russian leadership amply, using curse words amply. This segment, pieced together and translated by us, contains the juiciest parts. In the rest of the call, the men complain about sanctions which affect them both personally. While Mr. Prigozhin, not our Prigozhin, but another one, denied that this call happened and claimed it was a deep fake made using neural networks. He later commented by saying, "Let's start with the fact that there is such a thing as private life. People in a private conversation can talk about anything." But he said he couldn't remember such a call happening. I love this. It didn't happen. And anyway, if it did, it's not my fault. And anyway, if it is, I didn't say anything. The Russian audience does not appear as convinced, however, as this guy is, that this is a deep fake. A poll run by one prominent Russian separatist, Oleg Tsaryov, on Telegram showed 58% of Russians believed, or persons polled, believed it was real, and only 13% thought it was a deep fake. While the call is not informative by itself, if real, it could indicate the mood among some elites in Russia. So it's maybe you want to put it in the nest. Everybody can have a look. But congratulations to Dmitry. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it sounds very interesting, Lexicon. I think the unfortunate thing about such recordings is when did they occur? Is it a recording from the present or the near present? I think these things are very, very difficult to determine. And as you say, these are two mid-level oligarchs, which means they have shorter yachts, probably not with helipads.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll take a look at it before I put it in the nest and
sure,
and see what our combined thoughts tell us about that.
Thanks a lot.
But thank you very much for sharing it. I appreciate it. So I see no hands at the moment. There are a couple of speaker slots available. You can request to speak by tapping on your mic icon at the lower left of your phone screen. Request to speak will bring you up. Tap on the heart plus icon to raise your hand, and you'll get in line. The good news right now is you'll be first in line. No, you'll be second in line behind Nick. Nick, go ahead.
Have we had the US supplying NSM anti-ship missiles, or planning to supply anti-ship missiles? NSM.
I have not seen news about that, Nick.
Okay.
Tell me.
So an alert listener and colleague has sent me this. The US plans to supply Ukraine with NSM. Now, NSM it's a naval strike missile, and therefore NSM stands for Naval Strike Missile. That must have been a particularly short meeting to name this particular product. We have begun consultation with our allies on the provision of anti-ship missiles to Ukraine, said a senior US official. Poland and Romania apparently are already equipped with NSM missiles. It says a way will have to be found to get these missiles to Odessa. That really doesn't seem like this is. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a year old. This piece I've just been sent, I see, is a year old. I've only just noticed.
Sometimes our listeners play such tricks on us. I was once told by a listener that Ukraine was the size of Australia, which I immediately doubted, and learned that Ukraine is about the size of Texas.
I've just looked. I think the confusion may be that it's dated the 24th of March, 2022. I was thinking about it because it seems to me that Ukraine is probably, and again, one never has enough, but it seems to me Ukraine has got at the moment enough anti-ship missiles to keep the Russians basically off the coast. The reason I sort of started thinking, I'm reading it, it says a way will have to be found to get these missiles to Odessa, and I thought, well, Ukraine kind of has a way of importing, and then it said it could prevent a Russian invasion of Odessa, and I don't think anybody I don't even think Vladimir Putin thinks that a Russian invasion of Odessa is a plausible prospect in the next, well, for the foreseeable future. So to the person who sent me that, if you sent it me with a particular reason in mind, like it's the anniversary or something, then please let me know. And if not, oops, it was a year old. We have to be careful because things are coming up on their anniversaries. So yeah, okay. So a year ago, almost this weekend, the United States was planning to supply Ukraine with NSM anti-ship missiles. Maybe they even did. But I apologize to our readers, to our listeners for the slight false alarm there. As you were, I guess. So you said, did you say someone had their hand up, Alan? Or they would be?
We have no hands at the moment. But what's the anniversary of the sinking of the Moskva? I'd have to look that up, Nick. But
it's either the 13th or the 14th of April. I think it may have been hit on the 13th and sunk on and confirmed.
I lost your audio there for a second. But so coming up this April,
13th or 14th. I think it was hit on the 13th and confirmed sunk on the 14th, but I could be wrong there. But it was hit quite late at night, so you do you get to celebrate the hit or the sinking, or both?
Both, and the stamp came out in May. So I think that so it's good to recall that a year ago, Ukraine did receive anti-ship missiles and used them to effect. And this is what Ukraine does with every weapon the West supplies. They use these weapons to deadly effect. And so if tonight Zelensky is saying we're waiting to receive all the promised munitions and weapons, they, in preparation for a spring counteroffensive, they need to stockpile gasoline and diesel. They need to stockpile munitions. They need to stockpile food and water and everything they need to move a counteroffensive forward. So I'm not at all surprised by Zelensky asking for our patience. And again, I think that his speech might amount to a little disinformation of the best kind.
Something I remember asking quite early on when I first started frequenting the space is how Ukraine was coping for, fuel, basically gasoline and diesel, and I imagine diesel more than gasoline. Do we know to what extent Ukraine is refining its own? Is it importing finished petroleum products mainly, like diesel, or is it producing its own? Do we have a sort of indication of the fuel supply situation? In the first couple of months of the war, we occasionally heard about whether or not, and it didn't seem there were any huge problems for private motorists, to get fuel. But do we know if Ukraine is being helped out, if there's regular trains of diesel coming over from Poland, or whether it's self-sufficient? I really have no clue.
I have no clue either. It's a really interesting question, Nick. Oyvind may have an idea about that. Oyvind, please go ahead.
Ukraine have 7 refineries with a design capacity of 50.4 million ton a year, which is about 4 times larger than Ukraine's oil product market. This is from Wikipedia, but of course, some of them have been hit. So what the current status is, I don't know, but they had an overcapacity.
I can't imagine Ukraine being self-sufficient in this regard, but I don't know specifically how they are receiving diesel and gasoline, for example. I would assume, as Nick says, by train from Poland, but I really don't know. Joanna, welcome.
Yes, hello. I just wanted to ask to answer the question that you asked about the refining capacity. So before the war, Ukraine had 4 times refining capacity compared with the internal consumption, so overcapacity. And I was looking on a map, and at least 3 of the refineries are in occupied territory, with one other potentially hit. So we don't know right now how much refining capacity Ukraine has. I know that they import fuel. They import it from Romania, Bulgaria, from Poland. So right now it's difficult to say. I think they conserved part of the capacity. For example, the refinery that is in the northwestern Ukraine, and there are 2 others not far from Kiev. But yeah, for the others, it's difficult to say.
But as Nick points out, there have been no reported shortages of gasoline, for example, for motorists. Gas stations are open and pumping gas and selling hot dogs. This is what we understand from one of our previous co-hosts, Ryan, who is in Ukraine delivering humanitarian supplies from what is it? Renegade Relief Runners. 3 R's, Renegade Relief Runners. Joanna.
Yes, so there was a shortage in fuel last spring following the Russian offensive and some refineries being hit. There was a problem. All the fuel was directed to the military, so for the civilians it was kind of difficult. But after that, they managed to adapt very, very quickly, and they managed to solve this problem also with the help of neighboring countries. What is amazing is that I read an article, I don't have it now, but I will tell you from memory about how they did it. Practically, they bought every truck that could transport fuel, and they dispersed these small storage units all over Ukraine in order to have a very dispersed granular way to supply the fuel to wherever is needed. So basically, they bought an immense number of trucks that can transport fuel, and they made out of them storage facilities in order to prevent a large fuel depot being hit, and thus losing a lot of fuel. So it's amazing their ingenuity about this, and I think it should be mentioned. I will try to find the article. It was a few months ago, I think in maybe December. I will try to find it.
Oh, I'd be very interested in seeing that, Joanna. Again, dispersing your supply by using fuel trucks as depots, not just for transport, tells us a little bit about the ingenuity of Ukrainians and how they make arrangements to fight this war. Nick, and then Oyvand.
I have forgotten the point I was going to make. I should take notes.
This, the great thing about MriyaReport, Nick.
I know it. I remembered it.
It exercises your short-term memory. Go
yeah,
ahead.
well, it exercises to exhaustion. No, I was going to say, I was thinking, if I was Russia, Ukraine's oil refineries would be something that I would be attempting to hit with airstrikes pretty much every day. Do the refineries have extraordinarily effective air defense? Including, if I was Russia, I'd be putting those hypersonic missiles into. I mean, I imagine a refinery, you've probably only got to hit it once, and it will, make a fair amount of mess. So, do we know why the Russians aren't targeting them more effectively?
I can't tell you, except it would be an interruption of their terror campaign on Ukrainian cities. But if they have at least 3 refineries in Ukraine maybe they think they have completed their job. I don't know, but that's a good question, Nick. Oyvind, please go ahead, and then Griffin.
Okay, Ukraine have a couple of oil pipelines. Actually, Odessa was an import port, and they pumped via pipeline crude oil into Europe. And they have about 4,500 kilometers of oil pipelines. And their average capacity is 900,000 barrels per day. Some of these oil pipelines, of course, is in the occupied area, but and I see on the map, mostly are in the unoccupied areas. So I guess there should be no problem to reverse the way of transport and pump it the other way around. Maybe they had to do some modification to do that. Check valves, etc., had to be removed or whatever. But 900,000 barrels a day is quite an supplement to the train and car transport.
Yes, 900,000 barrels a day sounds like a pretty good supply to me, even in the midst of war. Griffin, you came up. Did you have a comment or question?
Yes, just two comments. The first one is about the ingenuity of the Ukrainians is really outstanding work on their part. I would note that the British and the American and the Canadian and others have for years given training to Ukrainian military people at the senior level, and that right down to the junior ranks, primarily at the junior rank level. The Minister of Defense for Canada on Friday that since it started several years ago, Canada's trained 35,000 Ukrainian soldiers, which is a pretty interesting number because I'd and it's good to it's good to see that the NATO members have coalesced together to try and give Ukrainians a good fighting chance at this war. The second issue is Belarus. It's always interested me for a number of reasons. First off, we know Lukashenko wouldn't hold his position had it not been for Putin during the riots that occurred in Belarus. Because the attack towards Kyiv originally occurred from Belarus, I was interested in the rationale as to not going into Belarus to reduce that threat of Russian or Belarusian soldiers. I can only guess that initially Ukraine simply did not have the resources to be able to do that and didn't want to start something that would give, I wouldn't say confidence, but more support to the Belarusian president. Now, when Putin starts threatening this moving tactical nukes, putting aside the technical issues related to that, there's a part of me that wonders now that Ukraine's a little bit better off if they would not do a preemptive strike into Belarus, or would they still just leave it alone, keep their borders as secure as possible with Ukrainian army forces, and use the majority of the forces in the Donbass and in the Kherson, Crimea theaters. And just some thoughts there. I thought I'd turn it back to you.
Thanks, Griffin. Vis-a-vis Belarus, Belarusian troops, of course, did not accompany the Russian invaders. Belarus provided supplies and a hosting spot for the invading force a year ago. What has Ukraine done in the meantime? They've highly fortified the border with Belarus with actual fortifications, as opposed to the dragon's teeth the Russians are erecting in Crimea and Zaporizhia Oblast, etc. Would the Ukrainians consider such a strike into Belarus? I would find that very, very doubtful. They do not want to be distracted from their primary objective, which is driving every Russian soldier out of Ukraine, recovering Crimea, recovering Luhansk and Donetsk, Kherson in its entirety, Zaporizhia Oblast in its entirety. And to do anything in Belarus would be a distraction and it would mean deploying troops in a disadvantageous way. That's my opinion.
Well, I concur with you, and that's why I brought up the point that it would be you'd be thinning out your forces available to your counteroffensive. So that's the still remains the primary reason, and I totally agree with you. And as to my first point, I'd be interested in yours and others' comments about the trainers. I suspect that the Ukrainian armies receive probably upwards of 100,000 soldiers receiving training.
I don't know if it's that many yet, but it's in the tens of thousands. And it's not only training in combined arms maneuver on the battlefield, but it's training on specific weapon systems, everything from Patriot missile defense systems. We know that 60 Ukrainians have completed their training on the Patriot missile defense system in the United States. And of course, thousands of Ukrainians have completed training on tanks and on how to maintain the incoming Western tanks. It's not only the tank crew that needs to be trained, it's the mechanics and the support crew that needs to be trained. What to do, how to do it, when to do it, etc. This is all very, very important. Nick, go ahead. Oh, Griffin, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I was just scaling what the Canadian Minister of Defense indicated. And again, Canada's been in there for more than half a dozen years, training inside Ukraine before the war occurred, and about a couple of weeks before it broke open, they moved their trainers, like other nations did, into Poland. And you're absolutely right. You can have all the trigger pullers in the world well trained and everything, but if you don't have the logistics supporting them in the way of mechanical engineers in terms of recovery vehicles, so a tank that's been, or armored vehicle that has been disabled but not destroyed, can be towed back to a point where mechanics can work on the vehicle and return it into service.
And the training focuses, for mechanics anyway, and the support crew on a tank disabled in the field, getting it fixed in the field, returned to service in the field ASAP, and not towed out of the battlefield unless absolutely necessary back to a repair center. Nick, go ahead.
So another alert listener sent me an excellent article from an online source about precisely the problem of fuel. And it turns out that actually in the first couple of months of the full-scale invasion, Russia did strike quite extensively at Ukraine's fuel production and storage capabilities. So, of course, being Ukraine, they came up with a solution that no one else had thought of. And it seems that the last year or so has been an absolutely terrible time for anyone in Europe trying to buy a fuel delivery truck, because Ukraine bought up every single one of them. And Ukraine has basically now a network of tens of thousands of fuel delivery trucks full of fuel that they can just move around the country and which Russia can't take out, more than one at a time. And even then, they'd need to be able to find them, and they'd need to have, total air superiority to do it. So basically, Ukraine has just built itself a completely distributed fuel network, just basically parking trucks up. And that's how it works. They just have trucks everywhere. The trucks can be brought over, taken either if they have their refinery capacity working, they can fill up there, or they can send them to Poland and fill up and come back from there. But yeah, Ukrainian ingenuity has once again saved the day. So apparently that is what's happening. I tweeted the article that I found and put it in the nest. It's an absolute joy to read. Even if the beard of the picture of the analyst in the picture, I'm afraid I can't really get behind. But apart from that, it's really, really interesting.
Great. Thank you very much, Nick, for that information. Peter, Oyvand, and then NAFO Troll, hoping that you are not a troll indeed. But Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Putin made a couple of comments. One, again, he stated about a long war. And if we look at Belarus, 81% of the population there are opposed to this war in Ukraine. And, I think Putin sees Belarus as being quite shaky. It's dependent on Lukashenko, and at one time he was kind of threatening Lukashenko, they were putting somebody else in place there. And I wonder how much Putin is actually looking at having a far stronger presence in Belarus compared to before, and kind of overseeing to make sure that everybody is kept in order there, because it is one place which could easily very much break apart if things go wrong.
Well, Peter, what I was going to say about Belarus, Lukashenko is walking a tightrope. This is something we've talked about before. I don't think there is probably any reliable polling data from Belarus or from Russia, and so I think we have to be careful when we say when we cite any percentage of citizens from Belarus opposing the war, or for that matter, any percentage of Russian people supporting or opposing the war. These such reliable polling numbers are very difficult to come by, as opposed to what polling companies are able to do, for example, in the United States or in European Union countries or Canada. And even there, we have to remember they have famously misinterpreted the polling data. So we have to be careful about that.
Okay, so I understand that. But if you remember, Lukashenko did his trip to China, didn't he, just before Xi went off to Moscow, and I think we were having conversations about what was with the purpose of him going there, etc. But it really comes to the point that Ukraine cannot afford to drag this war out or this invasion out. And it comes back to the point that, we should really be thinking about Ukraine going into NATO super fast, as soon as there's a lull, because even with any sort of agreement, which I very much doubt there will be, that Putin wouldn't keep to anything he agreed anyway. So, we really do have to look at Ukraine's future security, for a number of reasons, because we had a wonderful gentleman on talking about a school that he was setting up in Ukraine, which was like a breath of fresh air, which I'm sure you remember, Alan. I just felt so touched to say something at the time, because the enthusiasm that guy was saying. There's going to be loads of companies coming into Ukraine. There'll be engineers, architects, all manner of people, and we need to open that airspace up. And having a belligerent prat called Putin, we need to be talking about using some special procedure, or getting some special way of getting Ukraine into NATO straight away as soon as there's a lull.
Well, Peter, you need to understand that no nation actively engaged in war can become a member of NATO. If there is a way to extend security guarantees, a security umbrella over Ukraine, that is something that that might be done at an appropriate time. But until Ukraine wins this war and defeats Russia, reclaims its borders, and the war comes to an end, Ukraine cannot become a member of NATO. But I don't disagree with you, Peter. As quickly as possible after Ukraine has won this war, NATO needs to find its courage and bring Ukraine into the alliance. I just want to go to Oyvind, NAFO troll, and then to G-Man.
Okay, back to this oil refineries and oil pipeline. Ukraine have a refinery in Kremenchuk, Odessa, Lviv, Kherson, Ivano-Frankivsk. And one interesting thing on this map is there is a double parallel pipeline going from Belarus through Ukraine and into Europe. And I know that at least 6 months ago, they were still flowing oil into Hungary. And somehow Ukraine allowed this. I guess that they tap off from that pipeline, so Hungary don't get everything they have paid for, and there is nothing Hungary and nothing Russia can do about it. That's just my guess. The other thing, back to this Belarus thing, I think the people in Belarus are in a very difficult situation. On one hand, if they kick out Lukashenko, the Russian will invade and they will do a sham referendum and they will annex Belarus. They openly say it on the television that that is the goal. So I think they are in a very difficult situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. Of course, Ukraine realizes revenue from the transportation across its land of any fuel through a pipeline. So they might not be tapping the pipeline for supplies, but they do benefit by receiving revenue. And I think that it is Hungary that must pay these transportation fees to Ukraine. I could be wrong about that. I just want to quickly go to Joanna, because this is the kind of thing that she has knowledge about.
Yes, so it is the Druzhba pipeline, and indeed it's still working. It's supplying Hungary. We should note that the embargo for the importing fuel from Russia, it doesn't affect the pipelines. It was for tankers for fuel transported by sea. So this one pipeline is still working and supplying Hungary, and if I'm not mistaken, also Czech Republic and Slovakia to small amounts. And I agree with you, Alan. I don't think that the Ukrainians are tapping into this pipeline. It would be easily noticed, and it would create a scandal with Hungary at least. So I don't think they are doing this. I think they are supplied from different sources, and they don't really need to do this.
Thank you, Joanna. I agree with you. I also want to let folks know we have a full speakers panel at the moment. This means I cannot bring up those requesting to speak. And we're going to go through some more hands. And if you don't want to continue contributing to this conversation, if you can drop yourself down from your speaker's position, then I can bring others up. Oyvand, continue, please.
I know a little bit about fiscal metering. There is some percentage you can tap off, and they call it metering failures. So it is possible you cannot tap off a big amount, but you can tap off something, and I'm sure they will do. But it's a percentage of what's going through.
That makes sense. So NAFO, Troll, and then G-Man. NAFO.
Hello, everybody. I just want to ask you if you have seen last article of Robert Grenier, former CEO of CAA. He's done article at The Hill, and it's very pessimistic. It's a little bit scary. Thank you.
Yeah, so NAFO, I have not seen that article. I'll take a look at it. I try to read The Hill every day. And what is pessimistic about it?
It's about a concession of the Ukrainian territory for peace talks and stuff like that, and Ukrainian oil, diesel, and gasoline. It's coming from the North Poland all the time. So you know, it's only that source. Thank you.
Well, the idea that Ukraine would concede any territory has been dispelled repeatedly, not just by the United States, not just by Anthony Blinken, our Secretary of State, but by so many leaders of the European Union. It is completely unlikely to happen. President Zelensky has released his peace plan. It calls for the complete restoration of sovereign borders to Ukraine. No one in Ukraine wants to concede any territory to an invader, and nor will they. What all of the supporting nations of Ukraine are focused on right now is supplying the weapons needed to carry out spring offensive and to begin to throw Russian invading forces back into Russia, back to the sovereign borders of Ukraine. Now, I haven't seen this article, NAFO. I will take a look for it. But this idea of conceding territory has been completely dispelled, as I say, by the leaders of NATO nations and the coalition supporting Ukraine.
Let me just add one thing. Yeah, you can say in a second, NATO, but
you have that.
Wait,
sorry.
Hold it.
Sorry.
Hold it, NATO.
Yes.
Hold it for a second. Please do yourself a favor. You like the drive, right?
Yes.
Okay, go to the drive, the war zone. Look at the gas trucks, just for the fun of it. Because Ukraine has purchased pretty much every single gas truck available in Europe to make sure that they have proper fuel transports. Ukraine has absolutely no shortage of fuel, specifically diesel. whatso bloody ever. That's already since about 7 to 8 weeks. There's a complete surplus. And fortunately, Slovakia, Poland, and especially Germany are providing them with more than enough. And by the way, because it's planned. Now, let me tell you how this works in NATO and in Western nations, Germany being one of them. When we deliver something, such as, say, little pieces of metal kit with a combustion engine, the stuff which our green communists and woke people all want to phase out, which they can't, because we'll probably need them to fight a few wars. When we provide those kind of pieces of equipment, typically we plan the logistics because we are the West. We plan ahead. When we say that they'll receive tanks, Challengers, Leopards, and the likes, when we tell them CV90s, Marders, Bradleys, come into theatre, we think ahead what kind of ammunition, what kind of spare parts, what level, and what level of fuel they might need. One of the main issues in terms of war fighting is logistics. And one of the main issues in terms of logistics is spare parts, supplies, lubes, fuel, ammunition. This has been exceptionally well prepared because you wouldn't believe, but there's a few nations involved in this regard, Britain and America, who are constantly in wars, and there's a few nations involved who are very good at logistics, meaning the Dutch, the Danish, and the Visigoths, the Germans. You know? This is exceptionally well planned. I can't vouch for everyone who is allowed to contribute to what can only be described as a tertiary source of news, meaning The Hill. It's not quite the cat litter like the New York Times, but hey, there you go. Not everybody can be in journalism. There is a military operation, a logistical operation ongoing in support of Ukraine, which surpasses, exceeds, goes beyond everything which we've seen since the Vietnam War. It is by far bigger than the involvement the West has had in the Gulf War. It is not as costly as the Afghan and the Iraq escapades of wars. Quite the contrary, it's actually extremely cheap. But the logistical effort out of a coalition which is so vast, so wide, so deep, and so unfortunately unprepared on so many levels is quite considerate. So as a consequence, I would say, shelve The Hill, have a pint of beer or a cup of coffee, go jogging, hug someone you like, and afterwards come back and listen to us.
Oh, sorry, you have that article in the comments, so I don't know if that's true.
I don't read the
or
comments
that's
when I'm
bullshit.
here. I don't have the time for that. I'm sorry, mate. I'm telling you the facts. I'm summarizing to you the facts which we've gleaned from a variety of senior officers, senior logistics officers, and the people we deal with every single day in our jobs, as well as here on space. So I can't really vouch for any kind of journalist who just writes for The Hill but has never fought in combat. Probably, most likely. Let's check. I don't want to derogate anyone.
Yeah, but he's a former CEO of CAA, right?
So what?
He's a former director of the CIA counterterrorism center.
So he's
that's not quite
so
the
he's
same thing.
literally
I wasn't
nothing.
previously familiar.
He's literally nothing when it comes to the U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, or Transcom logistics. Great, well done.
I wasn't previously familiar with Monsieur Grenier's oeuvre before I read this article, but there are some. Yes, I mean it's well. There's a great deal of circular logic in this piece. Yeah. But he argued, but he's yes, the time is fast approaching when a senior representative of the Biden administration will need to be given a tough, realistic, and empathetic dialogue with Zelensky. Zelensky must be pushed in the direction of a negotiated solution, likely to include territorial concessions on Crimea and Donbass. The offset would be the extension to Ukraine of a more explicit and permanent NATO security arrangement, probably ending in full NATO membership and Article 5 security guarantees. So he wants Ukraine to join NATO while having parts of its 1991 borders occupied by a foreign power. It's just word salad. It's just word salad.
So
this,
there's a
this
former
article. It really is.
CIA director in counterterrorism who now talks about geopolitics and can't even read the statutes of NATO. Well done, him.
I mean, yeah. I mean, well, I suppose the idea would be that it would be the new Ukraine that had ceded and now had new stable boundaries. But I mean, come on, it's yeah, yeah. Really, what a waste of space this individual is. And he doesn't even make the basically he says it's his premise at the start of the article is that the evolution of US domestic politics makes it increasingly clear that President Biden's policy of robust, largely unconditional military support and financial support of Ukraine cannot and probably should not be sustained. He actually starts with the evolution of US domestic politics is what is driving all this. So apart from anything else, the fact that someone is committing genocide is apparently not playing a role in this gentleman's calculations. The single most important thing is that whatever President Biden does has to fit in with the way the wind is currently blowing in US domestic politics. And what else does it say? He says that the Russian invasion of Ukraine on its own is no threat to US national security. Well, that's, I mean, what?
Nick, send me the link, send me the details.
Link is online 99. It's horrific.
Look, see as to the career of the man.
Oh, the logic, it's like he got phoned up and said, "Can you produce 600 words by tomorrow evening?" And he didn't have many ideas. It really is that level of it's drivel.
So is the Hill producing like a toilet paper from now?
It says at the top of the article, the views expressed a variety of opinions, as does the New York Times. Variety. So,
this is not the editorial board of the New York Times. It's not the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal or anyone. If it were, they should be ashamed of themselves. But that they give opinion contributors such as this man the possibility to vent their opinions is fine. Let them do it. It is for you not to be impressed and make your own mind up.
So my apologies. I was thinking it's really serious, but it looks like a bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is bullshit, NAFO, but I thank you for coming up and bringing this to our attention. The Hill has one beat that you can find reliable, and that is covering Congress. And then it has some guest columnists, most of whom are simply trying to polish a reputation that they once had or to resurrect it. But you can rely on what the Hill reports about congressional hearings and floor proceedings in the Senate and the House. Outside that, you really can't rely on what the Hill reports or even on their guest columnists. But I do thank you, NAFO. I'm going to go on to additional hands here.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, NAFO. So to G-Man, to David, and then to Lexicon. G-Man.
Evening, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm just reading the article as well and totally concur with the panel. Robert Grainer served for 27 years in the CIA, ending his career as a director. He is the author of Idiot Days to Kandahar, CIA diary. So I think this is what the piece is all about. It's just plugging his book. And that's about it.
I do love G-Man. I do love the way that with your accent, I was listening with half an ear, and it sounded like idiot days to Kandahar.
Can we just highlight that Jose Rodriguez, a very serious man, once thought that Mr. Grenier should probably find a different occupation. Upon which Mr. Grenier joined Kroll as a managing director. Mr. Rodriguez, if you haven't found out who he is, I should highlight that you should really look him up. A very, very serious man.
Indeed. The other point I was going to make is just, again, supporting this, debunking this notion that we in the West could be undermining Ukraine by going behind their back and proposing some sort of peace which isn't in their terms and they don't have agency over, is nonsense. And you know, ever since this war in Ukraine, and in 2014 even, but certainly 2022, I've agonized over the terms of the Budapest Memorandum, looked at it, read it, and go, yeah, obviously not strong enough, but regardless of whether there's a legal obligation on the UK and the US to guarantee that Ukraine's security, whether there is or not, there's certainly, in my view, more than a moral obligation. So that's all we'll say on that point. And then I just was listening earlier when you were talking about fuel trucks and how Ukraine has built this distributed network of fuel delivery and fuel storage and trucks and all that there. And it made me think of the UK, or GBs especially, rail network in World War II, which was, there's different opinions on this, but I think it was at least between 4 and 10 times over capacity to its needs, which meant that in, for example, D-Day, we could have troop trains and freight trains sitting staged on tracks which weren't normally used, but which were, they were able to basically position material ready to get to the ports. And so when the logistics needed to move, it was able to move effectively and efficiently. So I was just briefly reading an article about that was on a website, real.co.uk, about the wartime operations. Something I've read about a few times in the past, and just that whole fuel truck thing just sort of sparked that memory. And yeah, that's all I've got for now.
So the fuel trucks Ukraine has are significantly more interesting than the Studebaker Katyusha trucks Russia is moving for a film set, right?
Yes, because the fuel trucks make a difference. G-Man, I think you're having some audio problems.
No, sorry, I wasn't sure if that was for me, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. So
that's fine. Please don't hit the squishy little rubber duck.
Okay.
Can we go to the Emerald Island? Sorry, can we go to the Emerald Floridian for a second?
David, please go ahead.
I'd have to point out that G-Man has already spoken from the most precious island in the Atlantic. Those who know, and if you don't know, I feel sorry for you, but you have a big surprise and it's going to be lovely when you find out. I've come up to say, Slava Ukrainian, please retweet and share the space. It's been a great conversation and back and forward with information here today. I wanted to salute G-Man as ever and our friend Nefo Troll. This is the beauty of the space. We see something, we bring it, we can air it out from like 1,000 different perspectives. You know, not knowing anything about this gentleman or the publication he writes for today, just reading what he wrote, I could say that it doesn't really apply to what are known at the moment. And it doesn't really apply to what could be figured as unknowns at the moment either. Seems I've been on a hobby horse of fuel trucks the last couple of days, but I've been mentioning, this is the third day in a row, I've mentioned the 40,000 gallon armoured fuel vehicles that are being supplied. And I point out that the fact that they have mentioned they are supplying them means they're going to be in numbers of 10s, if not 25s. And also, it is expressly for military use, which, if we understand what that means, we can understand that the immediate civilian need is met. That's articulated already by wonderful Axel, thank you. I wanted to speak on the pipeline issue. I understand that there's contract and quite long-term contract, supply, maintenance, lease, all these things for these pipelines in Ukraine. I believe it's a national, it's a badge of national distinction that they have been able to maintain international commerce such that they could, on these pipelines, don't really think that there's Igor and Katya somewhere siphoning off bits of oil here and there. I just don't think that is probably true, but I don't think it's an industry or a massive one, given the massive interest in the rent or the lease of the pipes of the throughways to the central government. I think that's something that should be spoken about as a badge of honour, that they were able to honour their international agreements and make sure that the disgrace and deprivation that was visited upon their people by the Russian imperial monsters would not happen to those down the pipeline, because they had signed and given their word. And that means something. So I think that should be highlighted. And then just to do a little backflip to yesterday, Kate Levchuk was with us, joined the Kate cult, if you know what I mean. If you don't, another great surprise for you to find out. And she spoke, well, typically in a wonderful way, but what I listened to most was her attitude, which was derisory, and she laughed at the idea of placing of any kind of nuclear device, be it strategic or tactical, in Ukraine, you know, based on the science. It doesn't really matter where you fire it from. And if it were to matter, well, Kaliningrad is already armed up. So, fuck Belarus. Just to put it lightly, it doesn't count. It doesn't factor. I think Alan touched on it very well earlier. Always keep in mind, and Chuck Farrer always speaks on this, and I've learned from this space, always keep in mind that the first audience is the Russian audience. So they'll project this ooga booga, big, strong, we're crazier than the West, and we're going to bomb London and Birmingham and whatever else, Belfast. We're going to hit Washington and Paris, all these fantasies. Well, they're going to have to pretend like they mean a bit of it, or they might actually have to do something about it. So pretending you're going to move something to Belarus that doesn't really have a military advantage, if one wants to think about it, or in rocketry terms, it doesn't make any sense, because Kaliningrad is closer to most of those places. We can understand that it does make a lot of sense in their warped and twisted world of propaganda. Of course, this makes sense. The big, strong Tsar is going to scare everybody, and he's going to put our big sword out in front, and we're going to be safe. Thank God for that. Is pretty much the landing zone of the population who's befuddled and brainwashed at home. And then for them, any other external benefit that comes from it, yeah, sure, why not? I'll spin it up and chase it around in comment sections and get people's juices going. And then finally, hopefully finally, the matter of these Friday, Saturday, Sunday long reads that are pumped out. And all I'll say is, you have to get clicks. You have to genuflect to the advertisers to make a living. And these commercial entities have to make a crust. And not that I have an opinion on that one way or the other, but it should be kept in mind that if it looks like it's a liar, pants on fire, it probably is. And it's probably just attention seeking. But I don't know anything about the man or his history or the publication, but it just doesn't read as sensible at all. So Slava Ukraini, and please retweet and share that space. Visit MriyaAid.org to give what you can.
Thank you, David. Axel, go ahead.
No, I just have one thing. David, I have one thing. You could say one thing only for you.
What? That sounded like an echo from underwater.
Now they're going to know, Axel. Now they're going to know, Axel.
What?
We're going to have to spin something up. It's a reflection of the bog, and there's a mist and something else. I don't know.
No, it's just this is the signal. This is definitely the signal for the agreement with all of those who are good willing to join up. Because later on, what happened in the hunt for Red October? They were so happy that the captain would chase the other boat out of the water. It's a chimera. And that's the only thing which we can say about what the Russians are currently doing. They are projecting, as a friend of mine, who also likes films, albeit that he knows that we need a bigger boat, because evidently Mr. Farrell has to be recruited for what we so far had as a boat of 4. But we probably need to go to the same level as the guys who are
Best of luck.
battling
You
it
can
out
never
today.
trust an Irishman on a boat. I'll tell you that now. It's well known.
Then you will have to do the role of the guy who led the boat of Cambridge today to win over, Oxford for whatever reason. Mr. Parrish. You need to have a brother, mate, in order for that to work. But having said this, the key thing is they are currently drinking their own Kool-Aid. They are projecting fear, gloom, doom, narrative into the American news cycle over the weekend. They do it every time, every week. They instill a fervor in those who are doubters, in those who could easily be bought off, in those who could easily be just bought off by means of them falling for the need to generate clickbait. Because it's a need people have who are not otherwise succeeding. As a consequence, a lot of people who once may have had a sensible occupation fall into that trap and are easily used and abused. The Russian propaganda machine does that. That chimera is ongoing. The little Belarus, we will station these very dangerous weapons with our friend Lukashenko, the colonel who can never be a Russian general. It's fine. Let them do it. It's okay. Please. They have Iskanders in Königsberg since ages, but they moved them out recently. Now, why would they do that? Because they can't risk the effect. We know that they know that we know that they know. Therefore, it doesn't really matter what they say, because we know. But we have the logistical capacity. We have the industrial capacity. We actually have the functioning technological advantage. And that's what Ukraine will have to bring to bear. They have to pull it off. They have one shot. That shot may have, so to say, 3-4 rings to it, and that's fine. That's as much as we're going to talk about it. And with that in mind, I shall take my leave, because it was a pleasure. Don't forget, one ping, and one ping only.
Thank you, Axel. Good night.
Thank you very much, Axel. Lexicon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask the reference. I looked up the hill. I looked up Grenier. There's some big tennis player named Grenier, apparently. Can you just, and I looked in the nest because somebody said it's in the link. Can you just repeat what the article about the guy who wants to trade land for?
I believe it's in the hill.
If you put Robert, if you put lexicon, if you put Robert space Grenier, Grenier, space the hill, space the hill, THEHI, one word.
Perfect.
Put those 3 words into Google. It will be the first article up, and the first word in the search result is the word friendship.
How low shall
Friendship.
Okay, thank you very much.
Means, all right.
I think Mr. Grenier is an example of the Peter Principle, someone who is promoted beyond his level of competency. We have to take that into consideration. Just look into his background.
Grenier is the French word for attic. So we can, wonder what's rattling around up top there.
Nafo, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry for the mess. I didn't realize it's going to be so fucked up. I'm sorry. My apologize.
Don't worry, there's been much worse.
Yeah, no worries. As David Farrell pointed out to us, here at MriyaReport, all kinds of news articles, opinion articles are aired, discussed, rebutted, agreed to, diffused. If it's Russian disinformation, you need not apologize for anything, NAFO. It's important to have all such articles brought to our attention so that we understand what's in the news, what people are reading, and what they're thinking. This is all very valuable information for us. David, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. If I might make a clumsy point, excuse me, G-Man, but as an example of what you've just said, Alan, just various different points of views, there have been interactions here on the space that I've had, cross words with people who were friends and are now still friends, on, say, domestic political matters or other Western European selfish interests or whatever, but none of it really counts for except the exchange of opinions, because the guidance or the unifying factor everyone has here is with a diligence for the support of Ukraine and speeding up as much aid as we possibly can, military and non-military, for delivery. I think the more people interact and the more people have the courage to put their hand up or have the courage to write a question, send it in a DM, the better our discourse will be, by definition, as we become richer, right? So that's why I think, therefore, you definitely shouldn't apologize. I will never discourage the use of strong language. It is a very useful expression of most true feelings. So, congratulations. Fuck, always. And also, I will encourage other people to come up. And if you see something like this that causes concern, and you have built up trust in hearing the different voices here and different points of view and opinion and the fairness with which people debate things and the logical line with which we can follow, bring it and bring it to us and share it with the host and come up and say, hey, I sent this. Have you seen it? XYZ I'm thinking about. And, who knows? Maybe in the part of the world, maybe in the part of the interview where you exist, this is indeed now a red flag and people are worried about it. So, as you said, Alan, it's great to have it aired so that we can discuss it and learn from it, whichever way it falls, So I think it's one of the great utilities of MriyaReport.
I completely agree with you, David. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Well, I feel I have to compliment my countrymen in the separated 26 counties for those wise words. That was excellent. No, I mean, truly, I thought it was tongue in cheek, but no, it's true. A couple of different analogies here. A problem aired is problem shared is problem aired, or whatever. And the other one was Churchill said something about jaw is better than war. And
always, absolutely, such great words.
Yeah, so that's and we're here to support this war, which is probably the first really just war of this, certainly in Europe, since the end of the Second World War. And but we would prefer, obviously,
intervention in Bosnia wasn't really a war.
Yeah, we don't want it to be a war, and we'd love peace. But Russia just has to leave, and then there can be peace. Otherwise, we'll have to make them leave.
Yes. Thank you, G-Man. This is one of the truest statements I've heard for over a year. Russia can stop fighting and the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends. And that's why Ukraine will fight to the end. to the end of victory. It's a very, very simple idea, and everyone can recognize its truth. Folks, I want to ask you to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine, verifiable war updates when we have them, helping you understand what Russia intends to do in Ukraine to fight a war of genocidal invasion and to inflict terror on Ukraine, to erase its culture. There is sufficient evidence that Russia is committing genocide, has attempted to commit a genocide, and will continue to until we stop them. David, and then to Angry. David, go ahead.
Thanks, Alan, and appreciate your hosting, and Nick as well. Everybody do what Alan says. Please retweet and share the space. Throw in a couple of lines of what you think yourself or what you've heard. And bring along a friend. The more people we have contributing, the more accurate our analysis will be. So I encourage people to share views, and if they think, oh, maybe this is not a tasty view, maybe this is not going to go down well, then to soothe yourself, perhaps send it off to one of the co-hosts and say, hey, I saw this XYZ, shall I come up? Or then do come up and say, hey, and we can whittle it out and figure out where the truth may lie. I also would just think that it's a little presumptive to think to bargain on behalf of a sovereign nation, particularly when they're under condition of a genocidal war. From whichever part of the world or whichever brain or whichever person would think about pontificating, spouting off, out of turn, out of place about such a delicate and, in my heart, sacrosanct matter, should really just be distrusted on the face of it. I mean, the nerve, the bloody cheek of the man. You should give up your country because it's more comfortable for me with ex-custody job. What a scumbag. Don't know his background, but I can just say what he's facing here is just a discredit to him. But as I said, I don't know very much about him. I don't think I care to know much more. He doesn't seem to have anything worthwhile, except in its, fair dues where it is, the hill. They're going to get X tens of thousands of clicks and views, and ads will be sold, and cookies will be deposited, and people will be targeted for ads, and so it goes. I just think it's great to have the space here available for that. And if we were to think about how such a suggestion would be received in Ukraine, given the current leadership and the current expression of dignity and freedom that we see embodied in the leadership of the Ukrainian duly elected government and their military leadership, which is under civilian control, I just don't think these ladies and gentlemen are for turning, to quote somebody that'll make people laugh. I just don't think it's happening. I don't think you could convince them to walk into a room where they would be told that they may have to concede some land. They wouldn't go into the room. And I would double dare the envoy who goes. I mean, remember what happened to the Turkish envoy, the Ottoman envoy, right? When the Cossacks received his peace offer. It's quite a famous painting has arisen from the moment. And I don't think there's any change in the heart and ideal and an expression of sovereignty in the Ukrainian soul. I don't think anybody has the nerve to say it to their faces. Plenty of people will write it and fuster and scheme and wish it could have been so because their little worldview and their preferred outcomes would have been XYZ. It's all fine, but it's just puff. It's just advertising, really. And this guy's really advertising his own shame. Imagine this person probably considers himself some kind of a patriot in his own lexicon. So it's puzzling, really, but I suppose we all have to get up in the morning and make a few quid, keep the wolf from the door, as it were. But I just don't think it's on its face politic or anything that would fly with the current Ukrainian administration. And I dare say, if an administration tried to do it, there's very recent examples of how they will be dealt with by the free people of Ukraine. So please retweet, share the space, come up, share your mind, and visit MriyaAid.org.
Thank you, David. And I just want to mention how important it is to retweet this space. As David says every time he visits with us, MriyaReport now has more than 60,000 followers on Twitter Spaces, on Twitter. How did they find MriyaReport? One person at a time, and now more than 60,000. That's why it's so important to retweet this space. So please do it. Angry Ants, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan, as always, for spending your time to host, and David and everyone else, all the speakers. It's always great to come up here. Nick, good to see you, and G-Men as well. I was just kind of drawn to come up here because the conversation about the report and kind of moving into the messaging that David just talked about. But I'm very lucky. I work in the world of activism, and many times we have large groups of people come together to try and come together underneath a unified banner to accomplish something. And it's a very difficult thing. It's not something that's easy. There's a will to actually decide to take down your own individual, ideas and thoughts to help better the whole. And what I see that changes that makes the MriyaReport so much different than so many other places, even spaces involving Ukraine, is that there's plenty of disagreements, especially with some of the people who've been on here for a long, long time. There's times when the discourse gets a little more heated than others. But what you don't see is people getting in a huffy and blocking each other because they know the next day you might have to be on the space with the same person that you have a grave disagreement about, but you've got to do the work of the next day to help Ukraine out. And I think that makes this core group of people so incredibly powerful and an example to other people who are trying to create civil discourse, the ability to have those heavy disagreements, the heated moments, but then not to let it affect the work that's needed. Because what's so important about this space, I say all the time, is that this is, there's two battles. There's a battle on the battlefield, and then there's a battle to try and support Ukraine from people who can't go and fight in a war these days, or people who want to do whatever they can to support Ukraine. And what MriyaReport gives is the tool and ammunition, the education and the information for individuals to go out and have their own individual discourses, their individual conversations, the ability for them to have the information to engage their elected officials. So I just want to always, again, second all the conversations about the importance of the space and the importance of having civil discourse in a civil manner that sometimes can be testy, but in the end, it comes back to one thing, and that's supporting Ukraine, stop an imperialistic and colonialistic country that is hell-bent on genocide and trying to, take freedom away from their neighbors. And I'm always proud to see the coalition of the willing that has came together, both on the leaders in 1 year being able to provide as much aid as possible, even though it's not as much and it's not as fast as we'd like. This has been a historic response to any kind of invasion like this. We've never seen this much done so quickly. The same thing on the civilian side, the activist side, the amount of people who've dedicated their time to support Ukraine, whether it's through humanitarian aid or volunteering or just simply trying to educate other people. It's incredibly important. And just always proud to be here. Sorry for the long-winded speech this afternoon, but I really appreciate it and really wanted to come up and talk, especially with my good friend David on.
Thank you very much, Angry. Your comments are really appreciated, and I agree with you. The performance of Maria Aid in terms of civil discourse is unmatched by any other space that Twitter allows to be on air. And this, to me, is modern radio. It's called Twitter Space, but it's radio. That's what it is. And MriyaReport is a nugget of gold in the sewer of Twitter. Now, Elon's not going to like that comment, but Twitter is a sewer. In this case, we have panned a nugget of gold, a place of civil discourse, real information and interaction, and respect for one another. David, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. I think it's very accurate and great to hear such support in the way you put it just now, Alan. And also, angry answer to hear your voice always. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, but also it's great to learn and listen to you. I'm moved just by our topic at the moment and how we got here with NAFO Troll and Griffin and different conversation arcs. I'm moved to remember something that David Brookfield, our Welsh brother, who's often on space as host and speaker, talked about analysis and the necessary, not necessarily for rigor or for a visiting of discomfort upon one another, but perhaps more what I understood him to mean, a vulnerability, so that we could all be honest enough and say, well, I've just heard this, or I've just seen this, I've been thinking about it for a few days. What's going on? That takes a certain honesty, and that people have been able to continue to support a just cause, as G-Man has said, and also maintain this level of discourse and dedication to a sovereign people trying to free themselves from would-be genocide, which is, I think it's been charged, right? We can say that it's a genocide. It's arrest warrants are out for the arrest of one of the chief genociders, one of the architects, although I don't imagine, honestly speaking, having read as much as and understood as much as I have been able to about the current leader in the Kremlin, I don't think really he has that mental capacity. I think there's probably an awful lot of what they would call steel smiling bureaucrats who are diligently and devastatingly genocidal in their planning and in their allowance in logistics preparedness for the carrying out of their genocide or would-be genocide. And for us to be able to charge at least 2 or 3 times the number that we're at Nuremberg. And I say that with confidence because we have an embarrassment of evidence. And it would not only be a disgrace to a prosecutorial team, although they are very strictly bound by the limits of evidence they find and the warrants they have, to, with all this preponderance of information, and what is, I know, readily available information of names, addresses, telephone numbers, spouses, passport numbers, driver's identification numbers, regional access cards, club memberships of all these people in these rocketry and engineering and managerial science and planning institutes. These are known people. And so I'm looking forward to their names on warrants. Because although we're supposed to believe in the romantic idea of the Wizard of Oz, the great baldy Putin, the bollocks, I don't believe it. I just think he's some kind of middle manager, pencil pusher, who's been able to be trimmed and clipped and make-upped and fed a speech which he reads. And everything else is just, the emperor's got a new cloak. Don't believe it. I think he's just a pimple as an example of a symptom. Sorry, as an example of a system which is run its course. I don't really have any particular voodoo or respect for him in his title or his position or in his capacity, except for being a middle managing, strangling rapist, which they excel at, and we can see because that's how they present in society. And the masculine ideal, which they crudely portray at home, this is who they think it should be. So it's run its course and run into a hard wall of no more bullshit in Ukraine. So I just hope that this ground gets dry hard soon. And I've listened to people say often, it's not to correct anybody, but just I listen to it and I hear it and I think, so I'm going to share it. People say, when or if these aircrafts or these platforms of various kinds, and American and currently from Slovakia, they flew them in, and Polish maybe, and Czech. Let's just do ourselves a favor. Every other time we've heard of this progress of thinking, lo and behold, the kid has magically operated in Ukraine at the most devastatingly appropriate time for Ukraine. It's shouldn't be a surprise that we're again running on the treadmill, killing time for the most advantageous moment for these things. And I very much paid attention to the war magic that President Zelensky was sharing with us this evening, that unfortunately, if they don't get enough gear or more gear sooner, they're going to have to put this counter punch off. Have to postpone it. Just not ready, he said. Now, on its face, he says one thing, but reading between the lines, I think it's quite clear what he's signaling. He's winking at them. And it's probably making a lot of knees knock. It's also the greatest response to this bellicose vulgarity of, we will put missile in a country that's whatever, who cares? Is just to say, oh my God, we're preparing hard and we don't have enough for this and just trying to real fast idiots over here. And it's a wonderful response, understated as ever. We're watching statecraft at the highest order.